investigation.
In the hollow where the shadows fall, we gather round, we hear the call. Liquid fire from the mountain's hand burns like truth, but it tastes like sand. Oh, it sure feels right at the end of the day. Drink it up, let the story stay. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd. The air so thick it hums and sings, a slow dance wrapped in unseen strings, clear as glass, but it bites like a snake, sharp and cold, every breath we take. Oh, the stars know our sins tonight. Set that burn till the world spins right. The creek laughs low, the fire cracks loud. We lose ourselves in a moonlit crowd. The mountain whispers secrets deep, the kind you tell.
I love singing that song. Hello. G'day and welcome.
What's going on?
Oh, it's been one of those days.
How are you?
Good. Thank you very much. Welcome, Lee. Thank you very much for joining us. For those of you that don't know Lee has been amazing in helping get the awareness and word out for all the fuckery, basically, and that's before the 9-minute mark. But she who wears a hat that says "My coochie's hairy" can get away with it. So yes, he's helping us out over at Devil's Advocates with his amazing panel over there. So did you drop your link in, Lee?
I haven't. Okay.
I'll find it. I'll drop it in chat. No worries. So yeah, head on over and see him now. We've got the Sabrina Atkins civil trial starting on the 3rd, which is next Tuesday. And Lee's headed on out there to be boots on the ground for us and keep us updated on what's happening, because it's not going to be televised or streamed at all. It's federal. So we're very, very lucky that he's going to head on down there. He's also going to be meeting up with a lot of the locals and doing some recon for us. So stay tuned.
I have to say, I feel a little bad because from what I understand, the courtroom is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I know that Sabrina has friends and family and stuff that want to attend. So I don't know how that works out when I'm flying across the country to try to be part of the courtroom, but I don't want to take up somebody's seat that's a friend or family. So, but yeah, there's going to only be limited seating. So
I don't know how much family she's going to have really there. I know she's got her son. Because he's testifying on day 1, I believe. He's the second one up. So I don't know how they're going to cram it into 4 days. What are your thoughts on whether Mickey's going to testify or not? Do you think he's going to plead the fifth or?
No, I think he'll testify to some degree, but I don't know if he's going to testify in person or on Zoom call, but I suspect he'll have some things that he will say on it.
Well, that will be very interesting. And we can't get a live feed in there, can we? We just have to. You probably won't be able to take your phone in or anything. Yeah.
No. Well, so from what I understand, so the way the court systems often work is the rules are more set by the judge himself or herself. So some judges will be like, there's absolutely no phones in my courtroom whatsoever. Or a judge might say, if I hear one notification go off on someone's phone, you're kicked out of the court. Like they can set their own rules. So depending,
they're very strict about it. They are.
They may or may not allow phones and stuff.
Yeah, they tell you there's usually a sign on the door that'll tell you to turn your phone off, to give you a warning to
or also set to off.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? It's been a bit of a mess. Sorry, I apologize. We had a few technical issues to start with, and yeah. I'm still all over the place.
What's this quote, this question? Did you guys hear Mickey's daughter really belonged to Kevin Mullens? I don't
understand what that means, belonged. Ron, do you want to elaborate?
Right, that's what I was going to say. But yeah. I mean, definitely there seems to be some questions about, Mickey's daughter, but I don't know what that means exactly. I mean, I can guess, but I don't want to guess.
No. She done a TikTok this past week.
Yeah.
I seen it, and she was explaining how that video or the picture that caused all the trouble with the school system and Miss Hillbilly Crime. She was explaining why she was at the gym at that time. And she pretty much was like, I'm an 18-year-old girl and I was on a date.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat with my mom's coworker. So it was a very innocent situation for her, and it's a shame she can't go about the county without having to explain why I went to a ball game.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she had kind of explained that in her TikTok.
I must say, I don't get on.
Kind of felt bad.
Yeah. I don't have time.
Yeah, I felt bad that, she felt like she had to get there and explain why she went somewhere, you live here, she shouldn't have to explain,
well, unfortunately,
daily activity.
Public life. When you get in the public eye, you don't have as much private life.
She's a stunning girl. Absolutely stunning.
Very, 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 very intelligent, and she has a very kind heart. Like I said, she's done a lot of charity work and things since she was very, very young. I mean, she created a program for the kids, fill a cop car up with school supplies, just little things like that.
Yeah.
So she's always been a part of the community and in the community eye. And I just, it's a shame. It is that she's having to deal with a lot of this now,
Thank you, by the way, for some of my my members and stuff.
Welcome to everyone.
You guys are joining, so appreciate that.
I'm trying to get to everyone. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. And I will try and get to you as I can. Oh, Tya's here too, is she? Hello, Missy. Oh, no, that was me.
Oh, so
don't forget that. That was me.
I have two of you on screen and only one audio. Did you see it?
Yeah, that was me messaging you before because you couldn't hear me because I didn't have my earphones turned on.
Right. Okay.
Just ignore me. All right. So the plan that I had for the stream has gone out the window because I had completely got cocked up at the start, but that's all right. We are going to go over Sabrina's deposition because we all need to refresh on it, and Lee needs to have a read of it before Tuesday because he's headed on out there. And I noticed when you were doing the depo yesterday of Ben, there was quite a few things in there that you were questioning as well. Did we ever find out who that Kristen Cuthbert you remember the first
No.
guy that Ben did a depot for 10 years earlier in his depot?
Who was it?
Someone,
There was
someone
a
that
lot.
died.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of names.
Yeah.
The person
Yeah.
who died in custody.
Yes.
Somebody died in
Yes.
jail when he was a jailer.
I'm working on that. I'm working on it. So,
All right. Did you
It
have
sounded like it wasn't directly related to Ben Fields. It sounded like it was kind of like he was brought in because he was the jailer or something like that, but not because he was related to the death. But then
isn't
again,
the jailer in
the
charge
devil's
of-
in the details. So
correct? Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Have you got do you want to drop the depot in, or do you want to bring it up? Or is it?
I was going to share from my screen. So hold on. Let me do this. Go present here, share screen, and I will do this. And then you should be able to put that on the screen.
I certainly can.
There you go. And then I can probably, I can move it around and I can highlight and do the shit I normally do.
Shit up. All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Are we going to get right at her?
Yep. Why not?
Okay.
Do you want to take some of the talking out, and I'll do?
Yeah.
Do the attorney?
Yeah. We can figure out how to do it. So the idea is, what I like to do, especially prior to going to trial, which I'm going to be in the courtroom in a couple of days, right? A few days, is I want to have read, at minimum the depositions to know where I like. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to predict what's going to come out in the court case, right? Because so they take all these depositions and it's a fact-finding mission. So they're trying to find out what they're going to present. So what I like to do is kind of guess what actually is going to come up in trial from these depositions. Now, the problem is that this particular deposition of Sabrina, which is the main deposition, right? This is Sabrina versus Ben Fields. We already read Ben Fields, and that was 211 pages.
And it was
this
full
is
of
269. So and it took hours to get through it. So it does take a long time to do these reads. But anyways, that was kind of my plan was, hey, there's Robin.
Yay!
So my plan was to try to read through it as much as people have the tolerance to read through it, because I have to read every word myself to kind of get a gist of what's happening. If you guys want to interrupt and say, hey, I know more about that, or there's story behind that story, then we could do that.
Sweet as.
All right. So on screen is a document filed on February 7th, 2025. As you can see, it's 269 pages. This is Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill. For those who don't know, and probably everybody on your channel does, Jennifer Hill is no longer with us. She passed away during this trial by mysterious circumstances. I believe she was murdered, but that's personally my feeling.
That happens quite a lot.
Which should tell you something about how big this case is when people are getting murdered before it goes. So we'll get right into it. This is the Zoom deposition of Sabrina Atkins taken on behalf of the defendants on April 9th, 2024 at the Leslie County Detention Center, 2125 Kentucky Highway 118, Hayden, Kentucky. Said deposition was taken pursuant to notice previously filed and is to be used for purpose of discovery. So this is, again, part of the process that everyone's going to use to decide where they want to go fishing and look for more information and what they're going to bring out in trial and what they're not going to bring out. So Bethany Baxter, that's an attorney who is working on behalf of Sabrina Atkins. And then we have other people who are representing the other side, which is Ben Fields' side. And so we'll go down here. So at the very beginning, there's just some stuff about the videographer's opening. I don't know how, well, let's just go ahead and go through it. My name is Rich Ramey. Today's video technician. The court reporter is Joey Van Hoos. We are here today taking the deposition of Sabrina Atkins pursuant to the notice of the United States District Court, Eastern Kentucky, blah, 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 blah. Styled Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill versus Ben Fields. And look at all the typos. They got Bean Fields and so we got some, because they're typing fast, I guess. The date's April 9th, 2024, and the time is 1:06 p.m. Would you please swear in the witness? So court reporters ask her to raise her hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Sabrina says yes.
Yep.
Will counsel now please introduce themselves? So now we're going to talk about the attorneys. Mrs. Baxter, I'll go first. My name is Bethany Baxter. I'm here on behalf of Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill, the plaintiffs. And now at this point, by the way, Jennifer Hill is now called the estate of Jennifer Hill because Jennifer Hill's passed away. So now her son is basically the representative for the estate of Jennifer Hill on behalf of his deceased mother. So in case you don't know that, just wanted to explain that a little bit. Mr. Williams says, my name is Jason Williams. I'm here on behalf of the defendant, Ben Fields, in his individual capacity. So again, Jason Williams is an attorney for Ben Fields. Mr. Shaw, Jonathan Shaw, and I am here on behalf of Ben Fields in his official capacity, and Mickey Stines in capacity of Letcher County Sheriff. And then there's Mr. Pilserdorf, or Pillerdorf, sorry. Ned Pillerdorf. It says Pillerdorf, but probably spelled wrong, right? Okay. I'm co-counsel with Miss Baxter for Atkins. So Ned's on Sabrina's side.
Who is no longer representing her.
Yes, right. So Ned's no longer representing, right?
No.
I am Don Jones and represent Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services. So by the way, one of the defendants is Ben Fields and the Eastern Kentucky Correctional Services, of which he was employed by. So one of the things for those who don't understand is there's a difference between a criminal trial and a civil trial. So the criminal trial went after, did you commit a crime? And that was true. And now they're saying, and who should pay for this? What are the civil damages? And so they're going after the entities that employed him, who have more deeper pocketbooks, frankly. So it's kind of going after the money, if you will.
And they actually
took here's the
Mickey Stines in his professional capacity, so he's no longer on this on his professional capacity, is he? That's all. Or have I got that asked about?
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I always wondered, and this is kind of new to me, you've got a witness who himself is in jail for murder. And here's the weird part. Mickey Stines is claiming a mental health defense, essentially. And so you ask yourself, how can you be a witness in a testimony
in
if you have
another
mental
case?
Health issues? Now, they're kind of going for the temporary insanity kind of defense on Mickey Stines' case. So anyways, Mr. Williams, question. Miss Atkins, can you hear me okay? She says yes. As I said just a minute ago, my name is Jason Williams. I have been retained as a representative of Ben Fields in the individual capacity. I know that Miss Baxter is there with you. Can you tell me who else is in the room? So again, this is on a Zoom call, so they're asking to clarify what's going on her side. She says the court reporter, Joey Van Hoos. And he says, and are you currently at Leslie County Detention Center? Is that correct? So she's incarcerated at the time that she's given this deposition, right? And she says, yes, sir. Yeah. I said, okay, Miss Atkins, have you ever given a deposition for anything before? She says, no. Okay, no. I'm sure your attorney has prepared you for this, but I just want to make sure that kind of on the same page before we get started. The first thing that I would tell you is that this isn't an endurance contest. I don't know how long the deposition is going to take. Hopefully it won't be all that long, but if you need to take a break at any time, let us know. And by the way, it is long because we got 269 pages. So this is a pretty lengthy one. She says, okay. Will you need to speak up for me so that the court reporter can hear you clearly and so counsel can as well on this Zoom? Oh, you will need to speak up. So she's talking kind of quietly, I guess. Please try to keep in mind that as I ask you the questions, you might anticipate the answer before that I even get my whole question out. But it is important for the court reporter as recording for me to get the whole question out before you begin to answer it. And by the same token, I will try to do my best to not begin asking you another question while you're still working on your answering the last one. Okay.
Okay.
She says, okay. And then, do you want to read Sabrina's answer?
I'll be Sabrina. Yep.
Okay. So question. That makes me the bad guy. That makes me the bad guy and you the good guy.
Yeah.
Good cop, bad cop. Good cop, bad cop.
All right.
We'll do the read technique.
All right. And then the last thing I would say is that, we have a tendency when we're talking to each other to answer questions with a head shake or a nod because we are taking this down in transcript. You will need to answer verbally. So even though you may be shaking your head yes, you will need to actually say yes or no if you're shaking your head no. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, that's you.
I'm really nodded.
You literally nodded. You can't do that. I just told you you can't nod. All right. All right. Any questions before that we get started?
No.
Nope. Okay. You're shaking your head again. I just told you can't shake your head. All right. All right. Can you tell us what your full name is? I know. Can you tell us what your full name is for the record, please?
Sabrina K. Atkins.
And does K in the middle stand for anything?
Yeah, K.
Oh my God.
K-A-Y, right? K-A-Y?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. All right. And tell me, is that your maiden name, Adkins?
No, Atkins is my married name.
Adkins is your married name.
Are you deaf? Yes.
What was your maiden name?
Hackney.
I gotta.
Yeah. Did I hear you right?
Are you keeping up with? You keeping up with me? Okay. Did I hear you right? Acne.
Hackney.
All right. And besides Atkins and Hackney, what other last names have you gone by?
Little.
Little?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And no, you are using Atkins, or he should say now. And now you're using Atkins currently. What years have you used that last name to the best of your recollection?
From 94 to 2016, and then 2018 to now. It's a shit.
Okay. And did you use Hackney? Did you use Hackney until 1994?
Yes.
What years did you use the last name Little?
2016 and 17.
And have you ever had any nicknames that you've gone by?
No.
Any aliases? Sometimes folks use different names than they normally would. Any aliases that you've used?
No.
What year were you born, please?
1976. Oh, I wish.
Could I get the last four of your social security?
5719.
Are you currently married?
No.
But you have been married in the past, correct?
Yes.
When were you last married?
2017.
And what was your husband's name?
Enos Little. Enos Little.
Where
He's
were
not
you?
big either.
I wonder why that mattered so
yeah.
much.
Foundation.
It's just establishing of facts because it's foundational stuff, right?
Okay.
So they're just because if somebody wants to go fishing later and they want to look into, well, didn't you say that you and your first husband sued somebody? Like they're gonna go look into these people and see if there's anything they can find that they can dig up dirt and stuff like that.
Okay. All right.
Where were you and Enos married at?
Pike County.
And then were you all where were you all then divorced?
Yeah. The same year.
Are you reading this script? You got to read that script exactly. I'm looking for you to read it.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
So Miss Baxter interrupts and says, Jason, you froze there for a minute. So I'm going to repeat this. At some point, were you divorced?
Yes.
At what year were you divorced?
2017.
What county was your divorce in?
Pike County.
Are there any children from that marriage?
No.
All right. Besides Miss Little, who else have you been married to?
Joseph Eddie Atkins.
All right. I needed to go back and basically highlight, by the way. Oh, I already got Enos Little highlight. Okay. I like to highlight names when I'm looking later on. Joseph Atkins.
Uh-huh.
What time period were you married to Mr. Atkins?
95 to 2010.
And where were you married?
Y'all. Pike County.
Y'all, where were y'all married at?
We ain't that bad, y'all. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe you should be doing Sabrina. You got a better accent.
Were you divorced there as well?
Yes.
Any children born of that marriage?
Yes, one son.
What is that son's name?
Jacob Thomas Edward Atkins.
And is Jacob still living in Kentucky?
Yes.
How old is Jacob?
26. So when was this?
Does he live in Pike County?
20.
Yes.
Is Jacob married?
No.
Where does Joseph live, if you know?
In Pike County.
Do you happen to know Joseph's address?
297 Chloe Road, Pikeville.
How about Mr. Little? Do you know where Mr. Little lives?
Pike County Detention Center.
Have you been married to anybody else?
No.
And so, by the way, that's a good question to stop with. When people who are testifying or related to the testimony are incarcerated currently, does that weigh on the jury's mind of, oh, all these people are bad people? They're all in, half these people are in freaking jail. So does it prejudice the jury to hear that these people are incarcerated and in jail and all these things? Yeah.
But they don't read out the depots, do they? They don't read out the depots in court. So
no, they don't read the deposition. This is just for fact finding. So what actually gets brought out. Now they might say something at trial during the time that you gave your deposition was so-and-so incarcerated, and they would have to answer yes, because that's what they put in here.
I would have thought that they would have objected to that.
I'm getting an echo, by the way, for somebody's.
They would have objected to that in the pre-trial.
Is that better?
The echo's gone. So yes.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on. Are you currently in a relationship with anyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your current significant other's name?
Ernest Reynolds.
And where is Mr. Reynolds from?
Grapevine, Kentucky.
I'm not familiar with that. What county is that in?
It's in Pike. I think it's called Feds Creek.
And how long have you and Mr. Reynolds been together?
About 6 months.
I know you're currently incarcerated, but what was your last address?
5412 Zebulon Highway, Pikeville, Kentucky.
And how long have you lived at that address?
I lived there for almost 4 years.
Take me back before that address. Where have you lived before that?
I lived at 164 Perkins Branch in Jeremiah, Kentucky.
Is that also in Pike County?
No, that's in Letcher.
Letcher. Okay. How long did you live at the Jeremiah address?
Probably around 2 years.
Did you say 2 years?
Yes.
When you lived there in Pikeville at 5412, if I got the number right, who was living there with you?
Myself.
And how about the 2 years that you lived at the Jeremiah address? Who lived with you at that time?
Stacy Yates.
That one is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
That name.
Yeah, I can tell you about that one.
Look, I got
with everything that I've been looking at.
Stacy Yates keeps coming up as having slept with half the county, it seems like. What
Yeah.
is with this guy's story?
Pretty much. Okay, I can tell you what I've found out so far. He started out as a drug court participant. And then I think him and Sabrina was together first. Okay, he is the one that actually called and had Sabrina picked up by Ben Fields and Jason Eccles, I reckon. And as soon as Sabrina left, if I'm not mistaken, he was with Brianna.
Because she was released to Stacy's house on house arrest.
Okay, now he is also the one that, let's just say, he gave them enough stuff to publicly humiliate Brianna and cause her a lot of problems.
And got promoted, didn't he?
After he done this, he was put in another county and was fast-tracked really quick through drug court and programs. And now he is, I think they called it an IOP, and he is actually over the people he was in drug court with, if that makes sense.
I have to say, out of all the people that I've heard recently, this guy's story drives me the most insane. It sounded to me like he actually used a sex tape that he was involved in to make somebody embarrass somebody, like
He did.
so, and then gets
That's
promoted.
what I
Like, the
was
whole thing
talking
sounds
about.
like the biggest shit show I've ever seen. Yeah,
Yep.
Yes. I've got a lot of stuff on
I
him
can't.
that I've been working on this week, so we can.
It's
You know.
I feel like I can't even explain to people how crazy that situation is.
Nope.
Stacey Yates is again, he seems to sleep with a lot of people. People have left their husbands for him. He's made sex tapes with people, and then he gets promoted in drug court and is over people. That whole thing just is insane to me, how that's even allowed to be a thing.
Oh, I thought he was the CI.
Right. So when
For dirt.
Yeah.
Well, I think
All right.
that's how
Well,
he
I'm going to
started out.
continue on. It's crazy.
Go
The
ahead.
whole thing's crazy. All right. So I'm sorry. Who? That's back to you now.
Stacey Yates.
And how do you know Stacey?
We used to date.
During what time period did you and Mr. Yates date?
From about 2017 to 2022.
Anybody else live there with you and Mr. Yates?
His 2 kids.
Are they under 18?
Yes.
All right. How about and so, by the way, as soon as they say that the children under 18, they're probably not going to ask for names and all that stuff like that, because it starts to get more protected, right? So, all right. How about before the Jeremiah address? Where had you lived?
I lived on Chloe Road in Pikeville.
Was there any man in that damn county on the up and up? I mean, yeah, I said damn. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody in this county flies right, straight and flies right or anything.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
So you gave me I lived in Chloe.
Yep.
During what time period?
2010 to 2017, 2018, I guess.
Anybody live with you there at that address?
At that one, Enos Little did.
Okay. Anyone else?
My son.
Anyone else?
Nope.
That pretty well covered your addresses over the last 10 years, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you before I forget. You have told me about your husbands and boyfriends or folks that you were dating that we haven't talked about yet. So he's asking a question, I guess.
Yeah.
Have you told me about? Okay, no. The names that you have given me would cover everybody that you've been in a relationship with in the last 10 years or so. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what education level you have, please?
I graduated high school.
Okay. Where did you graduate from?
Belfry High School.
Have you lived in Pike County all of your life?
Yes.
You mentioned Letcher for a while, right?
Yes.
Would Letcher and Pike County be the 2 counties that you have ever lived in?
I lived in Warren County for like 2 months.
Is that Bowling Green area?
Yes. You guys have the weirdest names.
Tell me what time period you lived in Bowling Green.
Couple of months in 2016.
What mound you over there? What the hell is that?
I married Enos and he had a job as an electrician traveling to different Walmarts, and that was the Walmart that we went and stayed and worked at. Oh.
Okay. Do you have any college at all?
Just some, but no degrees.
Where have you attended some college at?
Big Sandy.
Is that something where that you would go to class at the building or online or what?
I did it online.
All right. Any other education or training that you have had that we haven't talked about?
No.
Have you taken any vocational training?
In high school, I did.
Okay. Tell me what you studied.
CNA? The fuck's that?
Yeah. So I think that's a certified nursing assistant. A CNA
okay.
is typically, I think, a certified nursing. Have you ever worked as a CNA?
No.
Any other training that you have had?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been in the military?
No.
When were you last employed?
Pig in a poke. I don't recall the year.
Pig in a poke.
Maybe.
What happened to Brandy? Brandy just cut off of our stream.
She'll come back.
Okay.
She's
Sorry.
probably dropped out.
All right. Don't mean to interrupt you. Go back to Pig in a Poke and read that.
Oh no, it would be the flea market over in Letcher County. I worked for Dale Dills. We flea marketed there at the Vendors Mall.
That was the last one?
Yeah.
What did you do there?
Resold flea market items.
Did you just try to help customers there at the Vendors Mall? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Do you remember what your wage was?
$10 an hour. That's fucked.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you worked at the Vendors Mall?
On and off for probably a year.
And about what year would that be?
2020 to 2021.
What caused your employment to end at the Vendors Mall?
When I got arrested and come out to house arrest, I moved back to Pike County.
All right. You mentioned Pig in a Poke before that?
Yeah, huh?
And that is a restaurant?
Apparently, yes.
What did you do there?
I cooked.
What wage did you make?
I don't remember.
How long did you work there?
About a year.
Why did that employment end?
I don't even remember.
Okay. How about before Pig in a Poke restaurant?
I worked at Wendy's.
In Pikeville?
Yeah.
Do they have more than one there?
Yes.
Which one did you work at?
The coal run.
And how long did you work there?
About a year and a half.
What was your position?
Assistant manager.
Do you remember how much you made there?
$36,500 a year.
Hey, so she went from a $10 an hour job to a $36,500 job. So that's good. That's good. All right. And why did you leave that employment?
I don't remember.
How about before Wendy's, ma'am?
Pike County Detention Center. What did you do there? The fuck, really?
What did you do? What did you do there?
I supervised the inmates in the kitchen.
So yeah, so she worked there. She wasn't incarcerated. She was working at the detention.
Oh, okay.
At what time period did you work? Yeah, at what time period did you work there during that job?
I don't really recall the year.
About a year?
I did work there a year.
Okay. Who was your supervisor at the Pike County Detention Center?
Rodney Scott.
Do you remember what you made there?
$11.75 an hour.
And what was the reason that you left Pike County Detention Center?
I got the job at Wendy's making more money.
At Wendy's?
Yeah.
All right. How about before Pike County Detention Center?
Eastern Telephone.
What did you do there?
I done accounts receivable and I sold phone systems.
And for about how long?
About 9 years.
Where are they based out of?
They're in Pikeville.
Okay. Do you remember what wage you made there?
I think it was $414.75 plus bonuses.
Okay. And why did you leave that job?
I got married shortly after that and I met my second husband.
Have you ever been terminated from any of your work positions?
The job at the phone company, they gave me the ultimatum of choose my job or choose the man I was with.
Tell me a little bit about that. How did that come about that they gave you that ultimatum?
I had come to work several times with a couple of black eyes. Oh
boy. Domestic violence, huh? Keep going. Okay, I see. And that was when you were in a relationship with who?
Enos.
And well, I don't want to ask you a dumb question if I can avoid it, but it sounds like that was an abusive relationship.
Yes.
Is that why that marriage ended?
Yes.
Did you ever take any EPOs or domestic violence orders out against Enos?
Yes.
Okay, just for those who don't know, an EPO is a protective order. So it's basically a stay away from me kind of order, you know. All right. Would those have been filed in Pike County?
Yes.
Did you ever, were any charges ever filed against Enos as a result?
Yes.
What became of those charges?
He done, you know, some time on a few of them.
All right, give me a second to, by the way, I want to check. I haven't checked chat for a while to make sure there's nothing in here I should be checking up on.
I think that's actually quite unusual that someone did actually get an APO or EPO and file charges. That's not something that seems to be particularly common.
Pig and a Poke is a barbecue restaurant. Give me. I need to hit the little boys' room for just a moment.
Yeah. I'll start.
I like this this reading style. Let's hang on a second. I'm gonna go hit the little boys' room.
No worries. We had a bit of issues trying to find this this actual deposition because the copy that I had been redacted and summarized, so we had to go back onto the court site and get re-downloaded. That's why we were late, so I apologize. And I'd been contacted by another woman who is hopefully joining us as well at some point today during the stream. She's in Pike County, and she also has a lot of stories to tell. It just completely reiterates everything that's been going on and happening in Letcher County, and the main 4 counties she believes is Pike, Leslie, Letcher, and Floyd. So they seem
all right,
to be
counsel's back at the table.
Okay. Objection.
All right. Objection, yeah. All right. Well, what became of those charges?
He done, you know, some time on a few of them.
Okay. Is he still incarcerated?
Yes.
Do you know what he is in for now?
Oh, murder.
Holy piss balls. Like, we don't mess around in this county.
No.
Right, hold on. So Enos murdered somebody, right? Is it this is who we're talking about? Enos, her husband murdered somebody, or allegedly murdered somebody.
Yeah.
But he's in prison for
He's
it,
in jail, so
you
yeah.
don't even have to say allegedly, right?
Uh-huh.
Did you ever, during that relationship or any time afterwards, seek any treatment as a result of the domestic violence?
No.
How long did that abusive relationship exist? Was it the whole marriage, or was it longer than that, or shorter amount of time?
For about 5 years.
You worked for a little while for the Kentucky State Police. Is that right? Holy
Yes.
shit. She worked for the Kentucky State Police? Okay, hold on. I find that interesting. All right. And during what time period was that?
2013, maybe. I'm not real sure.
Well, just get as close as you can. Around 2013?
Yeah.
What did you do at KSP?
I done car crash reports and filed detective reports.
Wow, that's super fun. I didn't know any of that shit right there.
No, neither did I.
Okay, do you remember what wage you made there?
No.
And why did you leave that job?
I left that job and went to HLT Check Exchange.
Just got another job.
Yeah.
And you can't remember what your wage was at KSP?
No.
Okay. Before I forget about it and move on, I know that you had a difficult relationship with Enos, and that involved some domestic violence. Have you ever been involved in any other relationship that involved domestic violence or abuse?
No, but then definition.
Other than this lawsuit that we are here to talk about today, have you ever been a party to any other lawsuits?
No.
To your knowledge, other than a divorce, for example, you haven't sued anyone, or nobody has sued you?
No, sir.
I think that I saw something aware that you had applied for Social Security disability?
Yes.
Have you ever been awarded disability?
No. I have.
Is that still oh, is that right? Is that still ongoing? Are you still doing appeals, so forth?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, what is the nature of the disability that you filed on?
PTSD, anxiety, depression, and bipolar.
Okay. Now, do you remember about when you filed for Social Security disability?
2022.
Have you ever received any SSI or applied for SSI?
I think SSI is a part of that, yes.
Okay. How about, have you ever had a workers' compensation claim?
No.
Now, you mentioned some things that you filed your disability for, but do you have any other disabilities that we haven't talked about? Some people might have trouble hearing or seeing, or might have a back injury or something like that. Anything that we haven't discussed that you would consider a disability?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about your prior medical treatment. And what I would like to do is start out by asking you to kind of separate it from before, when you were an adult, and then afterwards. So let's talk a little bit about before you were 18. Before you were 18, did you have any significant health problems?
No.
When you sought treatment before you were an adult, where did you seek treatment at?
ARH Hospital at South Williamson.
Okay. Did you have like a family doctor that you saw?
I had, yeah, like a pediatrician up to I was 18.
Okay. Do you remember who that was?
I want to say Dr. Randolph.
And where was Dr. Randolph at?
Located in the ARH Hospital.
Okay. What types of things did you see that doctor for?
Sore throat, a cough.
Okay. Were you ever hospitalized as a child?
No.
Ever had to go to the emergency room as a child?
Yes.
Tell me what for.
Once I fell on my dad's truck and my teeth got pulled almost out.
Okay. I had pneumonia maybe once or twice, and that is it that I can correct. Oh, that was you. I said, okay, and then you were supposed to say that. I just read your line. How about you read it?
I had pneumonia once or twice, and that's it that I can recall.
Okay. Do you remember when you got medicine distilled before you were 18, where that was done at?
No.
Before you turned 8. So I think what we're doing is we're fishing for drug addiction potential problems,
or,
and where the drug
or
addiction
prior
is.
health issues that might impact her claim that were pre-existing.
Before you turned 18, did you suffer any mental or physical abuse of any kind?
No.
Before you were 18, did you seek any treatment for any psychiatric or emotional conditions?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about your medical treatment since you've become an adult, okay?
Okay.
All right. Since turning 18 up until now, have you ever been hospitalized?
Yes.
What for?
Bronchitis.
Okay. Then that's your line.
I had a hysterectomy.
Let me take them one at a time, okay?
Okay.
Bronchitis, and what hospital were you in?
Pikeville Medical.
Can you say that again, please?
Pikeville Medical.
That's damn right. Okay. Pikeville, thank you. And how long were you in the hospital for that?
2 weeks.
Do you feel like you fully recovered from that?
Yes.
About when was that?
It was in 1997.
Okay. Any other times that you have been hospitalized?
2012 when I had my hysterectomy.
Okay. And that was in inpatient procedure and you stayed a few days?
Yes.
Was that also at Pikeville?
Yes.
By the way, if you need a break, let me know.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
All right. I guess they just have one hospital there, don't they?
Yeah.
So The 2 times that you've been in the hospital as an adult would be from bronchitis and a hysterectomy. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a hospital where voluntarily or involuntarily you were in there for psychiatric treatment for any kind?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
4 or 5.
So this is where they're going to establish whether she's got
Uh-huh.
some mental health issues and all that stuff. Okay. 4 or 5 times?
Yes.
And would they have been at more than one place?
Yes.
Okay. How many different places? Highlands Regional in, oh yeah, sorry, you were supposed to, okay. How many different places? And you're going to answer. Yeah, sorry.
Highlands Regional in Prestonburg.
Okay. And then you again.
Oh, King's Daughters.
Okay.
That's it.
And then you again. All right. So those are the 2 places that those 4 or 5 hospitalizations have occurred.
Yeah.
All right. When you were at Highlands Regional, do you know what time period or periods that was?
Around 2016.
And tell me why that you were at Highland Regional for psychiatric treatment at that time.
I was in rehab. I had just become a drug addict and just didn't, at that time, didn't want to live.
All right. So we're going to say 2016 was her first rehab and suicidal thoughts, it sounds like. All right. Okay. Was that related to some attempted suicide attempt or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you stay there at Highlands Regional?
6 days.
Were you just at Highlands Regional one time or more than one?
One time.
I looked in your chat. Teresa Lemaster says, I hate Pikeville Hospital.
She's from Lawrence County.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you were at King's Daughters Hospital several times then.
Yeah.
Okay. When was the first time?
2021.
Okay. What were you at King's Daughters for that time?
I attempted to kill myself. How old would she have been in 2021?
Suicidal.
She was born in what,
Well,
76?
when did she say she was born?
76.
Was it?
Yeah.
Are you sure it was 76? Okay.
Yeah, because she was 5 years younger than me. So she'll be 50 this year.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's
how
4
long
years
did you
ago.
stay?
I think a week the
Yeah.
first time.
All right. And you were there some other times as well. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
What years were you also at King's Daughters?
2022. The last time I was in was last January.
January of 24 or 23?
23.
She would have been 25, Teresa says at the time though that 25. When you were there in 2022, what was that for?
A mental breakdown.
Okay, so she had suicidal attempts, drug addiction, mental breakdown. And how about in 2023?
I tried to kill myself. That's fucking heartbreaking.
I'm sorry to have to ask you about this, ma'am, because I know it's difficult to talk about, but did you have any suicide attempts as a minor before you turned 18?
No, sir.
Do you come from a big family?
There was. I have 3 brothers and sisters.
Okay. Are your folks still living?
No.
And what was your mom's name?
Barbara Hackney.
And she's deceased?
Yes.
And what was your father's name?
Chester Hackney.
Is he deceased?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about your siblings. How many do you have?
I have 2 sisters. One is deceased and one is alive. And then I have a brother that is deceased.
Okay. What is your living sister's name?
Melissa Polly.
And where does she live?
Chapmanville, West Virginia.
Okay. And you have one deceased sister?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Amy Jones.
You said that you have a brother that is deceased.
Yes.
What was his name?
George Hackney.
Do you have a lot of family, kinfolk, cousins, and forth in Eastern Kentucky?
Yes.
Other than Hackney, what last name would they go by?
Davis.
Any other family names that would be prominent?
No.
All right. So we have talked about, have we talked about all of the times that you have been hospitalized?
Uh-huh.
How about, are there times other than being hospitalized where you stayed overnight at hospital, but you were at the ER as an adult?
At the ER.
I'm sorry, did you say you hadn't been to the ER?
No, I have been to the ER.
Okay, tell me as far back as you can recall, starting with the time that you have been at the emergency room at the hospital.
Around 98, 99 for a gallbladder.
Okay, I ended up having it removed. Oh, sorry, you said that. I said, okay, you're okay. I'll let you read your words.
I ended up having it removed. It was outpatient.
Okay. And then you're up again.
Oh, sorry. Around 2015, 16, I was there several times with a rotator cuff. I ended up having rotator cuff surgery, and it was outpatient, some black eyes and stuff like that.
Was your rotator cuff a result of domestic violence?
Yes.
All right. What other times can you remember?
I had Hep C back in 2020 that I was seen for.
Can you tell me the condition again? I'm sorry.
Hep C.
Okay. Did they just treat you in the hospital, in the ER, and let you go home?
No, they referred me to Mountain Comp where I took a treatment for it.
All right. Okay.
Mountain Comp.
Mountain Comp. All right. Okay. What other times have you been in the ER?
I hurt my back tugging on a big propane tank I had at my house and hurt my back, and I went there, or just the common cold.
Okay. Since you've become an adult, what family doctors have you treated with?
Mountain Comp, Dr. Fannin.
Is that the same place?
No, Dr. Fannin has a practice called Best Family Practice.
All right, real quick, I just wanted to point out Angie in the chat says, I'm hearing Kash Patel just landed in London, Kentucky. Yes, isn't that interesting? I'm going to London, Kentucky tomorrow. I'm leaving on a plane, leaving on a jet plane. Yeah, and guess who's there? Kash Patel, along with who the hell did he go with? But anyways, yeah,
the FBI guy.
Yeah, he's the head of the FBI. He's actually in about 30 miles north of London, Kentucky, but he's there for a not public discussion about local rural law enforcement. So
that's convenient, isn't it? Yeah,
right.
And it's non-public. Non-public.
Yeah, so it's interesting because again, I've contacted the FBI trying to ask about this case, and they don't want to talk to me, but yet the FBI is going to be right there in that area. The head of the FBI is going to. I don't think it's related. It was probably something pre-scheduled, but it still is awfully interesting. I'm gonna be able to walk over there and say hi to Kash Patel.
This Mountain Comp, is that where Van Breeding is, Teresa? Is that the same MCHC center?
Yeah, Doug Harris, by the way, maybe the.
Who's he? Doug Hart.
I think that's who's going with Kash Patel to that meeting. Anyways, all right, are we still good? Are we? I mean, we're only like 37 pages into this. Are you good?
I'm good. Yep.
All right, you're in for the long haul. All right.
Yeah, I got my Easter eggs.
So I say, is that the same place?
No, Dr. Fannin has a practice called Best Family Practice.
Okay, and then Mountain Comp. Oh, sorry.
And then Mountain Comp.
I said okay, and then you say, and then
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Where is Dr. Fannin's office at?
Prestonsburg now.
Did it used to be somewhere else?
Pikeville.
And which Mountain Comp did you go to?
I've been to the one in Whitesburg. I've been to the one in Pikeville. I've been to the one in Prestonsburg.
Okay. Any other family doctors you have been treated with?
Dr. Trivet in Pikeville.
What did you see Dr. Trivet for?
Just regular checkups, MD stuff.
Okay. Any other family doctors that we haven't discussed?
Not family doctors, no.
Any other kinds of doctors that you've seen as an adult that we haven't talked about?
Yeah, I've seen counselors.
Okay. When did you begin seeing counselors?
2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go for counseling?
Mountain Comp.
What kind of treatment did the counselors give you?
Just therapy and medication.
Have you been, aside from any time that you have been incarcerated, have you been in continuous counseling since 2021?
Yes.
When was the last counseling that you have had as we sit here today?
February 13th, the day before I got arrested.
Okay. Now, you mentioned to me some conditions that you had filed your disability related to, and one of them was PTSD?
Yes.
Can you tell me, to the best of your knowledge, when you were first diagnosed with PTSD?
Late 2021 or early 2022.
Okay. You also mentioned you had filed for anxiety.
Yes.
Harless was killed by police due to wrong address when looking for a weed eater. Oh, so the Harless is not who's going with Cash Patel if he's dead. That's not who I thought it was. Okay, good. I did not catch that right then. All right.
Everyone seems to just be popping off and dying.
Yeah. When were you first diagnosed with anxiety? Or yeah, when you were first diagnosed with anxiety, and you say this.
Yes. Oh, sorry, late 2021.
2021? That was me.
Yep.
And how about depression?
Yes, the same.
And you also mentioned bipolar. When do you think you were first diagnosed with bipolar?
The same.
In late 2021?
Yeah.
Was it the same person who diagnosed you with all of those conditions?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Of course it was. ARC. The rehab counselors there. You see how they funnel?
Someone that you are still... Yeah. Is that someone you were still seeing?
Well, I was up until I come to jail.
I understand. Are you currently receiving any kind of medical treatment at the detention center?
Yes, sir.
What kind of treatment are you receiving at the detention center?
For the same things, PTSD, anxiety, bipolar, and for my sleep.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your history of or arrest and so forth.
Okay.
Did you have any juvenile arrests?
No.
Okay. Now, after turning 18, when was the first time that you got in any kind of trouble with the law?
2016.
Okay. And what kind of trouble did you get into?
DUI.
And where was that at?
Pike County.
And was that something that you ended up pleading guilty to?
Yes.
What was the nature of the intoxication? Was it drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol.
How old were you when you first began using alcohol?
40.
After 2016, do you recall when you were next arrested?
Second offense DUI the same year.
Okay. Also alcohol?
Yes.
All right. How about after that?
A third offense DUI with drugs.
What kind of drugs was that?
I had 2 Norco 10s and I was also charged with possession.
Okay. Did you develop an addiction to painkillers at some point?
Yeah.
And about when did you begin, or when did that addiction start, to the best of your knowledge?
Around 2012.
Of course, this happens different ways, as you know. Were you prescribed painkillers by someone, or were you taking them illegally?
No, I was prescribed.
Do you remember who prescribed you painkillers and for what for?
Dr. Fannin for my back.
And what was going on with your back that you needed painkillers?
When my son was born, I had a little bit of trouble out of my back, and it would hurt from time to time, and he just started prescribing for years.
All right. After your third DUI arrested related to painkillers, when were you next arrested to your knowledge?
2017.
Okay. What was that for?
Possession.
Possession of what?
2 Norco 10s.
All right. How about after 2017?
Possession of meth I went to say 2018.
Now, just so I don't have to ask you over and over again, the arrests that we are going over now and we'll talk about today, have they all been in Kentucky?
Yes.
Will they all be either in Pike County or Letcher County, or are there other counties as well?
Warren County is where that I got my second offense DUI.
Okay. Any other counties that you can think of?
No.
All right. So you had possession of meth in 2018. How about after that?
Possession of meth in Letcher County in 2000. I think it was 2021.
Okay. How about after that?
That's all.
And you are currently incarcerated now. I believe that you have already told me that. What is the reason why you are currently incarcerated, ma'am?
Letcher County possession of meth from 2021.
Did you have some kind of parole or probation violation or something like that?
Yeah. I was put on house arrest and then put on probation and violated my probation.
All right. And that, folks, is going to be the biggest gist, I think, of where we're going with this case. But we had to lay the foundation of how she got there and all those things.
Just
okay,
sad stairs spiral.
Right. Okay. What happened with your probation that they violated you on it?
I went in and confessed and told them I had used. So she was honest.
Other than that, well, let's just go over. Tell me the jails that you have been housed in at Kentucky.
Letcher County. Pike County.
Okay.
Warren County.
Morgan?
No, Warren.
Warren. I'm sorry.
And Leslie County. Oh, there was a time period, I think it was in Franklin County.
Franklin?
Yeah.
Was that a separate arrest up there?
No, they shipped me out there.
Gotcha. So Letcher, Pike, Warren, Leslie, and Franklin. Any others that we haven't discussed?
No.
And do you know what your current released date scheduled is now?
I'm supposed to file for shock and get released to Pike County Drug Court in the next few months.
And what is shock exactly? You want to explain what the shock is?
I briefly touched on this the other day.
It's a program, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's like, it stands for something. I'll have a look. I've got, because Brianna.
Let's see if we can pull it up for educational purposes.
Yeah. I know Brianna's got, oh, come on. Because I've never heard of shock parole before.
It refers to shock is probation. It's called shock. I'm trying to figure out what it stands for. Does it stand for it? The initial jail time shocks the defendant. It's meant to make them realize the consequences of their behavior. Then they're given a second chance. So they're basically like, hey, we scared you with you can really go to jail for these things, which causes a shock. I guess it's like a
get out of jail free.
It's not a program. It sounds like it's a tongue-in-cheek kind of way of saying, we shocked you into being good.
No, it actually does have shock on the paperwork when I saw it. I'm looking for
really?
It now. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and the judge grants shock probation. When shock is noted in a case file, it often means that the person is being granted early release into supervised treatment like drug court after a short incarceration period. So I
There you
guess
go.
they shock you with a small incarceration and then put you on home
There
monitoring.
it is,
so that you
order
can
shock
straighten up
probation.
and fly right.
So what does it say? Order granting shock probation. The cause having come before the court, defendant's motion for shock, and with the court being otherwise sufficiently advised, it's granted. So defendant is placed on probation under the Division of Probation and Parole for a period of 5 years, well, whatever it's court ordered, subject to the defendant's compliance with additional conditions. That's
So Michelle Jones in your chat, it looks like, wants to know why you're reading this when you've already gone over all of this before.
Michelle Jones.
Looks like.
Oh yeah. Hi Michelle. Yeah, no, we've got Sabrina's civil trial starting on Tuesday, and we went through Ben's yesterday, and there was a couple of anomalies that I noticed in there, and it's a bit of a refresher just to basically get back on track and have it fresh in everyone's mind as of for Tuesday, because Lee will be attending and he'll be boots on the ground inside the courtroom for us, so we're up to speed then.
Yeah, and I only know the story from people telling me the story. I've never read the deposition so for me, it's the first time. And I realize if you've seen it all, you're going to probably be bored to tears. Although I tend to see different things than other people see when I read. So you might still get something from me reading through it, because I tend to see things and explain things.
I pick up something. Yeah, you pick up something every time you read it.
Yeah, every time you read through it, you probably pick up something new. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to go back to this, but you're not sure what the date. You're not sure what the date might be. So I guess it might be is what I'm supposed to see.
No.
Now I know this case in your complaint. You allege that you were placed on home incarceration in 2021.
Yes.
Before 2021, had you ever been on home incarceration before?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been on like supervision of any type before 2021?
I was on drug court.
Okay.
That's
Tell me about
Miss
where
Stacey.
you were in drug. Where were you in drug court at?
Pike County.
And what time period were you in drug court there?
2016 and 17.
Okay. Did you successfully complete drug court that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell me what happened, why you didn't.
I got a new charge of possession of meth and went from drug court.
Okay. Have you ever been in a drug rehabilitation facility?
Yes, several.
Okay. How many different ones?
The Mountain Center. I have been to several different ARC facilities.
And that is ARK?
ARC.
ARC, I'm sorry. The Mountain Center. Where is it at, please?
Prestonburg.
And you said that you have been in several ARC facilities.
Yes.
Can you give me the locations of those facilities?
Harlan, Kentucky, Owensville, Kentucky, Owensboro, Kentucky, Louisa, Kentucky.
Wow, there's an Owensville and an Owensboro, Kentucky. That's okay. Louisa?
Yeah.
Any other places?
I don't think so.
You talked to me about the addiction issues you had with alcohol, painkillers, methamphetamine. Have you received drug treatment for any other drugs that we haven't talked about?
No.
Do you feel like you had any addiction issues with any other drugs that we haven't talked about?
No.
Are you good with going forward? Do you need a break at this point?
I'd like to go to the bathroom.
Okay, let's take about a 5 or so minute break and we'll start back in a few minutes, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
All right, so here's the good thing. I also would like to grab something for a quick bite. So I would like to take a short break myself. Is this a good time to do that?
Yep, I'll address some chat. Seeing as I haven't paid any attention at all. All righty. Yes, you are absolutely 100% 100% correct there in stitches. Definitely corrupt as hell. That's putting it lightly. You're tired of winter. Yeah, I've not heard a lot of good reports just about Pikeville itself as well. But just sad to see that you can see her, by reading this, you can actually visualize her demise as she's spiraling down. You know, like she's obviously not dealing with the domestic violence situation that she was in, and then she gets caught up into the system. And every one of those things that they mentioned, so every rehab center, every drug court, every time she's incarcerated, all of those things have the Schedule 4 funding attached to them. And so that is a lump of money, but you know, that the government places to be able to fund those community positions. Now, ARC was run by the very own Michael Clark, Mr. Preacher Man, who is now running his own ministry up in the hill somewhere. That was nice of him. Convenient. So, yeah, this is how they funneled them through, and then that cycle begins. Now, allegedly, they fed the drugs in prison as well, or Suboxone, and then they're released, but they're not given the Suboxone to continue on with, you know, to deal with their addictions. And so then they resort to, you know, the street drugs, and then that can often lead to more crime, and then we cycle back in to the jail. Now, as we were reading Ben's deposition, they touched on the fact that he had quite a lot of leeway and control with regards to discretion on how much they were charged, and who was given preferential treatment, so to speak, and not have to wear their ankle monitor because they would comply with special favors. But the issue that he had there was that was all well and good whilst they were complying, but the second that they didn't comply, off you go to jail. And he had the power to do that. In fact, with Jennifer Hill, he installed her because the ankle monitor has to have your base unit where it picks up the signal, so you can set your boundaries, your geofencing, basically. So it was Ben Fields that actually installed Jennifer Hill's base units, you know, the detection stuff around the house. And then when she turned him down, he then had her rearrested for not installing a monitoring system properly. Yeah, simple as that. Same thing with the Brianna, when she refused his advances. He basically said, "Well, you know, you'll have to come in because you've violated your ankle monitor, your probation." So he went and picked her up, and he said, "Look, don't worry about it. I'll sort it out. I'll come back and get you tomorrow." And 6 months later, and there is communications between. No, actually written on Brianna's paperwork. Now, I wonder if I've still got that. Let me have a quick squiz, because she actually wrote on the bottom of one of her filings, because her mother found out what had happened, that he had reported her and then picked her up and taken her back to Letcher County Jail on a violation of her parole. And she told her mum, and her mum is apparently someone that won't take any nonsense, basically, and basically went in and raised all hell. But it didn't matter because, yeah, he wasn't letting her out. So that's what he would do if you refused his advances or you refused to comply. It was, okay, well, back to jail you go. And if by chance, someone was actually looking for that person's location to do a check on and make sure they were actually abiding by their parole conditions, if he was found out that they didn't have, or they couldn't find the signal, he would basically report them as on the run, and they would be picked up and taken back to jail. So he didn't give a shit. He would just report them. Done. Okay, I'll sort you out. So yeah, he's told her, it's all right, I'll sort it out. You'll only be in there tonight, and I'll get you in the morning. And he made her sit there for 6 months. In fact, that jail, there's a lot of stories I've heard from the locals that you can get picked up. Like if they really want to get you, they will pick you up and put you in the jail and have you sit there before they even find a charge, before they indict. There's no indictment, no grand jury, no charges, nothing. It's 5 or 6 months sitting there. No communication with your family, nothing. Until they can either find something or dig something up, they will just leave you sit there. I don't give a shit. Now, Brianna. Notice of probation. No. Order revoking probation. Let me have a look, see what that says. Who brought that on? Judge Kraft. Yeah. And so that was another thing. So when you've got control over the law enforcement and then the judicial system on top of that, they can just, between them, cycle you through backwards and forwards until they decide not to. Because most of those treatment facilities are court ordered. Who orders that? The judge. So they would use the jail to funnel them all through the rehab centres, the treatment plants. Then they had there's one pharmacist in Letcher County that has a monopoly on every single pharmacy there. So all of the medications go through him. He also holds the contract for the inmates at the Letcher County jail. So they charge the Medicaid at the pharmacy. They also charge the family to pay for that medication despite being paid by Medicaid. Then the jail charges Medicaid for the drugs. And then the jail decides whether or not you're going to get them, because a lot of those, the psych meds, they're just, luxury drugs. Just unbelievable. All right, so where are we with the chat? Roll down. Okay. The Kentucky shock probation is a legal mechanism that allows certain offenders to be released from incarceration early with the intent of providing them an opportunity for rehab. Okay. While serving their sentence under community supervision is typically available for offenders sentenced to a term of imprisonment for 10 years or less, excluding those convicted of serious crimes. It just surprises me that they've done so much jail time for like 2 narcotic tablets. I don't understand how they can do so much time, and yet Ben Fields did what, 6 months? 6 cushy months as a trustee with a TV and daily visitations from his wife who works there. They bring pizza in for him. So they must apply for the shock probation within 30 to 180 days after incarceration, with the court considering the application within a specified time frame. The process involves a A hearing where the judge evaluates the offender's rehabilitation potential and the risk of recidivism. If granted, offenders may be required to participate in community work programs. Now, that was the other thing they would do. They would send the prisoners out to the community work programs, to things like maintenance of the graveyard, what have you, as free labour, but then put a bill into the council and charge them for the labour. Everything that county does has a dollar sign attached to it, has an income stream for them. Every single one. This system aims to balance punitive measures with the opportunity for reforming individuals who may not pose a continued threat to society. Harlan, as in the show. That's actually quite a good show, Justified. It's a good name too. I like him. He plays a good role. I must say, I did enjoy Billy Bob Thornton in Landman better. Way, way better. Hello, meme. Hello, darling. Oh, now I did see a message. Sorry, I've heading to the courthouse. I'll be back unless you want to film it. Film what? Oh, the courthouse. If you want to jump back in, Brandy, you're more than welcome to. They will be charged with escape. Is it correct? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Don't take your time, sweetheart. Take your time. What was the other thing? From what I have found and researched and discovered, though, the jail itself was so deplorable. The conditions there are so deplorable that the best option for these women was to be blowing someone like Ben Fields in the car park. That was a better option. Just saying. That's how bad it was. And I think they used the jail to basically drill into them that this is what you get if you don't toe the line, type of thing. They basically wore them down. They would do horrendous things like putting a rapist and their victim in the same cell together just for shits and giggles, you know. They would, if they found out that two inmates had a beef, they would shove them in a cell together. See what happened. They would like put a heap of them into one cell and pepper spray the room and lock them in. Just horrific stuff. Apparently they also did a lot of this, okay, well, my house needs cleaning, so let's get 4 of these ladies and you'll come into my place and you can do my housework naked, you know. They just exploited them in every possible way. They'd even get, you know, men and women, they get one of each, lock them into the shower department and sit there and be entertained. It's appalling. And they need to be held accountable. Oh, better?
Yeah, I'm better now. I've gotten some sustenance, yeah,
and some Nurofen. So yeah, I found myself a bit too. Oh.
Right.
Actually, do you want to keep going for a second, and I'm going to quickly use the bathroom? Hold the fort.
Sure. Except I just put food in my face, but yeah.
That's all right.
All right.
I'll be 2 seconds.
All right, you can go ahead and go. All right. As soon as I finish this like mouthful of stuff. So yeah, thanks for Jody inviting me on to her stream. I am streaming this also for members only on my side as well. But hopefully you're watching it maybe on Jody's side, unless you want to participate in our private chat on my side as well. But for those who aren't for some reason 100% sure about how this all came about, for Jody and I started covering the shooting of the Judge Kevin Mullens by Mickey Stines, and then I saw that it was related to Ben Fields because he had given a deposition at Ben Fields' trial. And then I got super interested and said, man, this county's a mess. And I knew it was going to be huge, or I felt it was going to be huge. I took a trip out there a couple weeks ago to Whitesburg, Kentucky, traveled around, met with some locals. I was also in Indiana for the Delphi, the appeal of Richard Allen in the Delphi case, but went out there, spent a week out there. And then when I came back, I thought I was done with that for a while, but then I knew that the trial was coming up for Sabrina Atkins versus Ben Fields in the civil trial, and I was going to follow that, but it's not going to be televised. So when I got confirmation from Sabrina that they weren't settling and that it was going to actually go to trial, which didn't happen until Tuesday of this week, when I was informed they had their last pre-trial meeting and had not settled, then I had to quickly book tickets to try to go out there and attend the trial. So in preparation for the trial, I'm not going to participate in the trial, of course, but I am going to attend the trial every day. That's my intent. It's a first come, first serve. So I got to stand in line, and I got to be one of 20 people or 30 people they allow into the courtroom as the public. And I got to hope that I can get in there. I need to double check to see if they've got any special rules for the press, although that's going to be really hard to do since it's Friday and I only have today's court day and or whatever, and Monday. But anyways, I got to make sure they don't have any special rules for the press. A lot of places don't. They treat the public and the press pretty much the same way, and it's still first come, first serve. So anyways, I plan on being there. And in preparation for making sure I know the case as well as I can prior to that trial date coming up on Tuesday, so this next Tuesday or this coming Tuesday, I went through all of Ben Fields' entire deposition so I can get the names in my head, and now we're going through Sabrina Atkins. And I realize people who've been following Jody for quite some time are probably asking, why are we talking about this? You've been talking about, well, Jody's been talking about it for a really long time. I haven't been. On the Devil's Advocates channel, I cover 5 or 6 different cases pretty heavily, Idaho 4 being one of the major ones. And so this case hasn't taken off for my channel, so we haven't been as heavy into it, but I'm trying to get my channel and my followers, subscribers, or whatever you want to call them, to get interested in this case. And so I've been trying to say, hey, look, this is an enormous case. You need to get on board. And again, I'm spending some good time and energy and money going out to Kentucky trying to get all over this case. So hopefully that catches fire with us. Did they offer a settlement? I'm not 100% sure, Third Apache. What I have heard is that Joe Childers advised his client Sabrina about their options should they be offered a settlement. That's about as much as I know. And so I was expecting a settlement offer, and the reason why I expect a settlement offer, right, is because this is big money and high attention, and they don't want the dirty details of the sheriff's department and correctional facilities and also at that being aired out in public. So I would imagine that they would want to hand money out to shut the case up. However, if they feel like they're not going to look dirty in a trial and they can win, then of course they would take that risk. It's all a matter of whether or not they think they're going to get exposed and public attention is going to come out on how corrupt it is, and they're going to lose $1 million or $500,000 or $1.5 million, whatever it is, dollar lawsuit. If they feel they're going to lose that, then they would probably settle. But again, no settlement has come through. So anyways, good questions. I was expecting a settlement, which is why I did not book flights. I was expecting a settlement because I expected them not to want, them being EKCS, whatever, the Eastern Kentucky Correctional Solutions. I was expecting them to settle, but they didn't. So I had to wait until I was sure they were not going to settle. And even now, they could walk in on the first day of trial and say, hey, would you take, X number of dollars to shut the hell up? And maybe they'll settle right at the door, which makes my whole trip wasted. So All right. Do you want to
Oh,
get
we've
back
got plenty of work for you to do.
Did you want to get back into reading this, or is this boring?
No,
Or
not at all.
okay, I learned something new when I go through it. So
Absolutely.
all right, so they just had asked to go on break, right? And so the time is 1:59, and now we'll leave the video record. And then the time is now 2:08. We can return to the video. Miss Adkins, are you ready to start back?
Yes, sir. Can I just actually ask, do you know what exactly it is that she's claiming for? Like what conditions?
What do you mean? What Sabrina Atkins is what she's asking?
What she's listed as conditions that she's suffering.
If you mean for the lawsuit itself? Yeah. So from what I understand, Sabrina Atkins is basically saying Ben Fields has already been convicted criminally of what he did, and now she's asking for an example to be. This is my summary. She's asking for an example to be made of the county, of the sheriff's department, and the correctional facility, because they allowed this kind of thing to happen, and therefore they should be punished financially so severely that they won't do this shit again without thinking twice, kind of thing. So it's basically trying to punish them, to one, reward her for some damages for her pain and suffering and going through that whole process.
What I'm looking for. Like what damages is she claiming for? Do you know?
Right. Well, the dollar amount I don't know has been disclosed. I've heard a dollar amount, but I don't know that it's been.
The condition.
I don't know that it's specifically for her actual damages. I think it's more like it's to set an example so that other people don't go through this again. That's what I think, from what I understand. So,
because I thought there had to be something like you've caused some pain and suffering. You've caused me to, get PTSD or. Yeah,
I think that's part of it, but I don't think I mean these things are generally to set an example so they don't do that shit to other people, kind of thing. And in that comes a big settlement for the person to say, look, this is horrible, it happened to you, and here's a bunch of money, and of course it doesn't make it right, but it helps set an example. It's more for setting the example thing than anything. But
this is a great opportunity, and they're never ever going to get. Well, you can't really get a sheriff shooting a judge every day of the week. Bring attention.
No. And in fact, when I called the FBI, they weren't interested in the case because they were like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "This is related to that sheriff that shot the judge in the judge's chambers." And hold on a second, they put me on hold and they went and talked to somebody. And then they came back and said, "Well, if we want to talk to you, we'll call you." So.
What about Matt Easter? Like, why did he have to? He was the one that interviewed all of them. He's FBI.
That's because I think that's because Mickey Stines might have actually been the one that raised this issue to the level of the Attorney General's office, and so Matt Easter and Shannon Blevins, I think, got involved to investigate on behalf of the Attorney General's office of Kentucky.
Does that give you an indication of how high up that goes?
Right. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. I can't do the whoa.
Yeah. I can't do it either. So Miss Baxter, who again is an attorney in Joe Childers' office, I will just warn you that we are getting a message that says network bandwidth is low, but we can hear you now. So we will just roll with it. So hopefully we won't be a problem. So they're having some technical difficulties. Okay. Now comes back to the question. Who am I acting as? I'm acting as some guy.
I thought you were talking to me then, but you were reading.
No.
Like, where?
No, that was actually part of the court.
Yeah. I'm looking for my bandwidth.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. All right. Ms. Adkins. So as I understand the allegations raised in your complaint with the indictment that you are incident, sorry, the incident, not the indictment. The incident that you were alleging relates with my client, Mr. Fields, began sometime after June of 2021. Is that correct?
June 2021. Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay. Do you remember? Let's go back to say May of 2021 or before that home incarceration began. Do you remember what kind of medications you were taking at the time?
I wasn't taking any.
You weren't prescribed any medications?
No, I was taking illegal drugs, but no.
No, I was taking illegal drugs, but not legal. Okay. Before May or June of 2021?
No.
Okay. There are some records that have been produced in discovery from Highlands Regional Medical Center that, at least from my review, indicate that you were actively taking. Do you believe those records would be in error? And then Miss Baxter, the attorney for her, says, Jason, you broke up there. Could you repeat that? He says, yes. Miss Atkins, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
And then Miss Baxter says, we can't hear you. He says, your attorney, okay. So they're having some audio issues. Miss Baxter says, yeah, we can't. It's breaking up. He says, I have on my screen that your network bandwidth is low. Can you hear me now?
Nope.
And she says, no. Hello, Miss Baxter. It says network. Well, I don't know if it was us or Jason or Rich. So he says, do you want to try to the jail we can call then and see if we can get any improvement? And Mrs. Baxter says, in the past, I've had luck with logging off and logging back in works sometimes. I'll be happy to go get somebody that we can call, whatever you want to do. He says, well, obviously we'll try to solve it if we can. Let me see if we can make a phone call or two and see if they can possibly give you any assistance. Maybe take 10 minutes, see what we can do. Mrs. Baxter says, I mean, it's easy for us to call on the intercom here. So we can do. The videographer says the time is 2:13. We're now leaving the video record. And then 2 minutes later, the time is 2:15. We now return to the video record. Questioning continues. So Ms. Atkins, can you hear me now? Okay. All right. Okay now. Can you hear me now? Okay. So we were talking a little bit about your medications before June of 2021, and I understood it. You didn't have any recollection of taking any medications before that time. Was I right on that?
Except for in treatment when I was in rehab.
Okay. Let me just ask you a few questions. We received from your attorney in discovery answers to medical records from HMHC, these folks here, okay?
Yeah.
And so I will just ask you some questions about some of these things and just give me your best recollection on them, okay?
Okay. I'm looking at, I think it's supposed to say MCHC record that is dated the 8/28/20, and it has your name on it. And it has been, is that me?
Date stamped.
Date stamped plaintiff 109.
Miss Baxter says, Jason, we have a copy of all of the exhibits that you were planning to use. They are sitting here. Is there a printout of that? And if so, can you flip to it? And then the question comes up. You are saying that you did get a copy? And Miss Baxter says, correct. The court reporter printed them all, and we have got them sitting here. And then he says, you all marked it plaintiffs 1 or 000109. Miss Baxter says 109. He says, it is a record from 8/26/2020. Ms. Baxter says, got it. She has got that in front of her now. We have got a PO here. It seems to have resolved itself, but is there anything that we should do to keep the internet? And the officer says, no. Ms. Baxter says, just say a prayer. Officer says, say a prayer. Ms. Baxter says, it is doing better now. Thank you for coming to check on us. And so anyways, that was a little side conversation. And because everything's on the record, all that shit has to be recorded because they're on the record. Okay. This record has some medications listed on it, and it says, in parentheses, active prior to today. For example, it has Polytrim, Roboxin, Lyrica, I can't even pronounce it. Lyrica, Bactrim, ibuprofen. Do you see all of those?
I do.
So having seen this record now, do you believe that you were taking those medications back in 2020?
Yes.
All right. And have these all been prescribed by HMHC to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. One of those medications is a medication called how do you pronounce it?
Lyrica.
Lyrica. Why can't I get Lyrica? Because I don't know that word. Okay. Do you know what you're taking that medication for?
For when I had rotator cuff surgery, I still had problems out of my shoulder. It's a nerve pain drug.
Okay. Okay, let me just go to another one here. The next one is Lyrica an addictive type narcotic? Okay. Maybe?
Not a bad one, but yeah.
Okay, let me just go to another one here. This next one is a record from 11/23/2020, and it is marked plaintiffs 0000119. Just let me know when you have a chance to look at it.
Yes, I have.
Okay. It says here that you were being seen at the doctor's office that day for racing thoughts for ADD and ADHD. It says patient reports she has racing thoughts. She is restless, excessive worrying, and patient is unaware of bipolar disorder in her family. Do you remember seeing the doctor at this time?
Yes.
And do you remember having those symptoms?
Yes.
Can you recall why? What was causing these symptoms?
No, see, that's wrong. Methamphetamine actually treats ADHD. It's very commonly used. In fact, methamphetamine is in most of the ADHD medications. So she would have been self-medicated.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't understand you.
I was on methamphetamine.
Okay, that was at a time that you were actively using methamphetamine?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. These medications that are listed on these records that you told us were prescribed by MCHC, and now they've changed the order of the initials. Where were you getting those filled?
Probably at Walmart in Whitesburg, or they have another pharmacy. I'm not sure of the name of it there besides MCHC.
Pharmacy located next to MCHC?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at another record here. It's dated April 12th, 2021, and it's marked plaintiffs 0000128. Just let me know when you have had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this notes a couple of problems you were having. One reads insomnia and another for anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did you begin having problems with insomnia?
Sorry, when I started using meth.
Okay, and how about, well, I need to ask you then, when did you start using methamphetamine?
Around 40.
What year would that have been, ma'am?
2016.
Okay, and it also indicates you have some problems with anxiety. When did you start having problems with anxiety?
When my drug addictions started around 2016.
All right. In the section that was marked anxiety, point to that says anxiety is aggravated by conflict or stress. What kind of conflict or stress were you undergoing at that time?
Being a drug addict.
Okay. Also, on the very end of that second mark, anxiety says patient has a history of bipolar disorder. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I think you were a family history of bipolar disorder.
Oh, sorry. Family
Okay.
history of bipolar disorder.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
To the best of your knowledge, when were you diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
2021.
Okay. Would that have been, I guess it says that you have a history of bipolar disorder in April of 2021, correct?
Right.
How long had that history lasted before April of 2021?
To my knowledge, that was the first year that I was diagnosed with it in 2021.
Do you believe it was the folks at MCHC that diagnosed it?
No.
Okay. Who diagnosed it for you?
The ARC rehab, really? That should only be diagnosed by a psychiatrist.
And where was that located?
That was the one in Louisa.
Louisa?
Yeah.
Do you remember any particular doctor or counselor that diagnosed that for you?
No, I don't remember the name.
Okay, since we have been talking about these, I would like to go ahead and let's mark them Defendants Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. I will make the 8/26/20, the first one that we talked about, 1, and then 11/23/20 record we talked about as 2, and then April 12th, 2021 record that we talked about as 3. And then Miss Baxter says, give me a second because I'm playing court reporter's assistant here. So we got Defendants Exhibit 3 was marked plaintiffs 128. Defendants Exhibit 2 was 119. And then he says, I have one. Will the 8/26/20 record that starts out as plaintiffs 109. And Miss Baxter says, okay, we got those. And then he says, and number 2 starts at plaintiffs 119. And Mrs. Baxter says, I think I got them. And 3 is 128. And he says 128. That's correct, ma'am. After reviewing some of these records, would you agree with me that you were actively being treated for anxiety, insomnia, bipolar disorder before April of 2021?
Yes.
Oh, somebody says I'm cutting in and out.
Yeah, your sound is perfect from here for me.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, thank you. All right, I want to turn now to the complaint. And I know that you filed some amended complaints since the beginning, but I want to turn now to the original complaint you filed. It looks like back in January of 2022. Counsel, do you have a copy of that there? And Ms. Baxter says, yeah, let's us back on. So then he says, just take your time and let me know when you're ready. And Ms. Baxter says, is it the one that with the summons attached to the front? And he says, that's right. She says, yeah, I got it. He says, Miss Atkins, I'm going to ask you some questions about it so you can take as much time as you need to look it over, but just let me know when you are ready, okay?
Okay.
Do you want her to review in the inform order as well, Ms. Baxter says, and he says no. And then you say, okay. Are you ready to get asked some questions about it?
Yeah.
All right. If you would turn to page, well, let's start at page 2. You will see there the body at or bottom rather, there says factual allegations.
Yes.
All right. And so if you turn to the next page, page 3, the factual allegations actually begin, and it starts out by saying that you were arrested in Letcher County in April of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And was incarcerated from April to June in Letcher County. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in early June of 2021, released from the Letcher County Jail and placed on home incarceration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, this was the first time that you had ever been on any type of home incarceration.
Yes, sir.
And you see in paragraph 10 that Mr. Fields, a deputy sheriff, became your home incarceration officer.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the Ben Fields that we're talking about in here. All right. Prior to June of 2021, did you know Mr. Fields?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me about your first time meeting him and what you can recall about that?
When he placed me on the house arrest, he come to the jail and introduced himself. I signed my bond and paid the fee, and he put the monitoring device on my leg.
Okay. And that was at the detention center?
Yeah.
Okay. Was anyone with him when he did that?
No.
When he was talking to you and he was placing the device on, was it on your leg?
Yes.
Was there anyone there to witness that?
I think his wife, Angie, was there.
I like how you can't even say it with a straight face. I think his wife, Angie, was there.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Maybe a couple of guards, more guards.
Do you know who the other guards were?
No.
You said his wife, Angie, was there. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know his wife, Angie, before that?
No.
How did you become aware that it was his wife?
She was a guard there at the jail.
So did say something that made you think she was married to Mr. Fields?
Yeah, she told me the house arrest officer was her husband.
Okay. Was that at or near the same time that he was placing the device on you?
No, that was maybe a week before.
A week before. So you had some type of interaction with her where you would talk to her about things like that?
Yes, about the house arrest, yes.
Did you and she talk about anything else that you can recall?
No.
I guess what I'm trying to determine is, was your interaction with her just limited to the conversation about her husband being a home incarceration officer?
No, she supervised at the jail. So, any questions, whatever. She was the guard there, and I would ask her different questions.
So that would be between April and June of 2021?
Yes.
Any kind of problems interacting with her?
No, not after the threats of being beaten up.
You did not read that from the transcript, ma'am.
Did you touch my husband? No.
Okay, no. So you think that she, along with a couple of other detention center workers, might have been there at the time that the device was placed on your leg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did that take to do all of that?
About 15 minutes.
Okay. Tell me what happened next.
He told me that I had a certain amount of time to get to where I was living and to let him know when that I got there.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Was that the same day?
Yes.
You mentioned in your complaint in paragraph 12, defendant Fields was aware of plaintiff's housing issue as well as plaintiff's domestic issues. What do you mean by that?
When I got back to where I was living with my boyfriend, that was Stacey Yates, at the time, he had been arrested also, and he was in rehab, and he didn't want me living there no more. So he called the sheriff's department and had them come back out to remove me from his house. Now, isn't that their responsibility to establish that she's got a secure environment to be released into?
So this is where a lot of the confusion and fuckery happens. So she's listed in paperwork as having to be staying at Stacey Yates's house.
She had options though.
Who had a protective order against her. So like, and that becomes
and they didn't.
That becomes part of the problem, because and the paperwork, it says she's supposed to stay somewhere where she can't legally stay.
Yeah.
So that's part of the problem. It's very confusing.
It should have been determined before she was released, shouldn't it?
Right. You said that he had the sheriff's department called.
Yes.
Who had the sheriff's department called? Who had Stacey Yates? Okay. Okay. So you went to live in a place where Stacey was, and he didn't want you living there?
No, he was in treatment.
But I guess treatment that would allow him to stay at the house?
No, he was inpatient treatment.
Okay. So he called from wherever he was at?
Yes.
Okay. So
he wasn't even there.
He wasn't even there. So
he was in inpatient treatment. He didn't want her in his house.
Inpatient treatment, not even staying at his house. But when she goes to his house where she's supposed to be staying with him, he says, I don't want that bitch there. Go. Yeah, that's what.
You know why? Because he was banging Brianna.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with this county. Okay, so let me break this down. Sabrina Atkins lists that her home is the address where she's staying with Stacey Yates. Stacey Yates is not there right now because he's in inpatient treatment. When Stacey Yates finds out that she went back to the house where he lives and he's not at right now, he says he wants her picked up because she's not supposed to be there. Okay. Got it? All right. And told them that he didn't want you living at the place.
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, how was Mr. Fields aware of that?
Stacey had talked to him or had called him, and then Ben showed up at the house.
Okay. Did you end up at another place?
Yes.
Where was the first address that you went to?
164 Perkins Branch.
And that was Stacey's place?
Yes.
And then where did you end up at?
Dale Martin in Isom. I'm not sure of the address.
I'm sorry, Dale who?
Martin.
Is that somebody you were related to or had a relationship with?
No, I worked with him.
You lived with him?
I worked with him.
Worked with him?
I started living there.
You were living there the entire time you were on home incarceration?
No.
Where else did you live?
I come back to Pike County to 5412 Zebulon Highway.
Okay, so goes on to say that defendant Fields visited the plaintiff in the evening that night, the night that she was released from, bring you cigarettes and to counsel you or console you and console her, it says. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So what time of day was it that he finally got to the place that you were staying?
About one.
1 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And that was at Dale's place?
Yes.
So later that evening, as I understand it, you were saying that Mr. Fields came to Dale's place where you were staying.
Yes.
Was Dale there at the time?
No.
Was anyone there to your knowledge at the time?
No.
Okay. So as I understand it, he brought you cigarettes and consoled you.
Yeah.
Is that something that you had asked him to do?
No, but he knew I was out of cigarettes when he dropped me off there, and he did say that he was going to bring some back. Okay.
Did you ask him to do that?
No.
And why is that line of questioning happening? The reason being is they're trying to show basically, or they're establishing what Fields kind of was grooming, right? Buttering her up, trying to do her. So, hey, look, I've done you some favors. Now you could do me a favor, right? So what was it that he was consoling you about?
That my boyfriend, had made me move out of the house. I mean, because I was on house arrest.
So Stacey Yates had made her move out. She was upset about it, and he was going to bring her some cigarettes and console her about the fact that she couldn't stay with Stacey Yates anymore.
Yeah.
That's me all adding commentary. Okay, about how long did he stay at the place that you were staying there at Dale's?
Probably 20, 30 minutes. Not a long time.
Okay, did anything else happen while he was there?
He made some, flirty comments, but nothing else.
Okay, you indicate in here that at this time, their plaintiff notified the defendant, Fields, that she did not have money to pay for her ankle bracelet, but she was terrified to return to Letcher County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you decide to tell Mr. Fields that you didn't have the money to pay for your ankle bracelet?
Because my boyfriend had just put me out of the house that day, and I didn't know what I was going to do.
Tell me a little bit about the process. Do they try to determine whether or not that you can pay for the ankle bracelet before they approve you for it?
No.
Okay. That wasn't part of the process to your knowledge?
No, but you do have to pay a down payment.
Did you make that down payment?
Yeah.
And was that prior to meeting Mr. Fields?
Yeah, same day.
Was that money that you paid, or did someone pay it for you?
My sister paid it.
And what is your sister's name?
Melissa Polly. She's now deceased.
Okay. Oh, okay. And how did she die?
I don't know. Didn't she go through at the start that she had the two sisters and the brother that were deceased?
Yeah. Did she ever say how she died?
No.
Is there any I'm asking you, is there any mysterious
circumstances? No. I don't know. Don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're continuing with the questioning. Okay, and where did she live?
Chapmanville, West Virginia.
So did she send the money over or come over herself? And how did that work?
No, she came over and signed the bond.
Okay, you mentioned in here that you were terrified to return to the Letcher County Jail.
Yeah.
Why is that?
The conditions of that jail are very poor.
Did you receive any injuries there or anything like that happen?
Yes, I got a severe yeast infection from not being allowed to take a shower, and I had to go to the hospital.
Do you recall making any complaints while you were there at the detention center?
Sorry, I just had from under cheese pop into my head. You heard that joke, haven't you? What type of cheese is that? From under cheese.
From under. You remember we were on the street.
From under me foreskin. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, let's get our shit together.
Yeah.
All right. Do you recall?
Sorry. I have to get along this. Wait. Sorry, 1 second.
All right. All right.
Did you say that?
Oh yeah. My yeast infection itches. Nice. I didn't know you had the hat for that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's hilarious. Haven't
hilarious. You got one?
All right. Okay, ready to go?
Yep.
Do you recall making any complaints while you were there at the detention center?
Yes.
Do you know if any of those complaints were in writing?
Yes.
Okay, in paragraph 15, you state the defendant Fields made flirtatious comments about the plaintiff's looks and body, and he told her that he was confident that they could work something out. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Before these alleged comments that he made, had you made any flirtatious comments to him?
No.
Why did you discuss the money issue on the ankle bracelet with Mr. Fields? And then Mrs. Baxter says, I think that she has already answered that question, so I'm going to object, but you can answer again. Now, let me tell you what's happening here from what I understand. So this came up in the criminal trial. So how to explain this? The allegation is that Sabrina Atkins, while incarcerated, was told by other female inmates, hey, look, if you get on home incarceration, you can work out a deal with Ben Fields. Mm-hmm. He's willing to exchange sexual favors for you not having to pay. So therefore, they're trying to say, hey, wasn't it you that said to Ben Fields, hey, I can't pay my ankle monitor, therefore prompting him to make you a deal where you could give sexual favors in exchange for not paying your fees? So
prompting him to make a deal. Yep. But the thing is that the ankle monitor place would charge a flat fee for the rental, but the county jail could charge whatever they wanted.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But yeah, there was a hookup fee for like $200, and then there was like an $85 or $84 a week fee for the ankle monitor, of which Ben Fields would collect the money. Welcome, Essie. Welcome. That's from our side. Appreciate you coming in and being a mod on our channel. All right, let's continue on. Mrs. Baxter says, yeah, I already think she answered that question, so I'm going to object, but you can answer again. And he says, okay, so it's your turn.
Because my boyfriend had put me out of the house. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do.
I guess my question really is, why did you think that Mr. Fields could do anything about that?
I thought that maybe he could give me advice to go to the judicial system, you know, because of my circumstances of not being able to live at my home.
Okay, so this is important because what Sabrina is saying right here is, I wasn't asking Ben Fields to trade sexual favors for getting off my home thing. She's like, I thought maybe he could tell me some options I have, non-sexual. So Sabrina is saying she's not asking him for a sexual favor deal. She's asking for, what options do I have if I can't afford to pay my monitor? All right, so he says, the attorney, did you ask him about any kind of options that there might be for you?
Yes.
Okay, what did you ask him?
I asked him if there was a chance of getting off the ankle bracelet or maybe going to treatment with the ankle bracelet, but not paying for it. She knew.
Yeah, right, because allegedly she'd been told by prisoners that he will make this a sexual
common
deal.
knowledge.
Yeah. Do you remember if he said anything to you?
Yes, he told me to file a motion in the court.
So let's stop for a minute. Ben Fields is not at the moment taking the bait for the sexual favors in exchange for things. He's like, hey, this is how you do it. You file paperwork, right? So at the moment, he's not saying you can work out some kind of sexual deal. Although she did say there was a flirtatious moment and he talked about her bodies with that, but let's get the order of this going. So the attorney continues. Okay. Did you end up filing any motions?
Yes.
Did you did to lower the amount?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any resolution of those motions?
They were all denied. Now, that was Judge Mullens.
So she had filed some paperwork asking to lower the cost of her ankle monitoring because she couldn't afford to pay it, and Judge Mullens denied that, is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They were all denied.
Denied. Thank you. Your reference in here that he made some comments about your looks and body. Do you recall those comments or what those comments were?
Yeah, he told me I was very pretty and I had very pretty legs.
Anything else that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
You state in your complaint in paragraph 15 that he made a statement to the effect that he was confident that you could work something out?
Yes.
Specifically, it says he was confident that they could work something out. Do you know what he meant by they?
Me and him.
And why do you believe that?
Because he said that he didn't think that they would let me off the house arrest, but he could help me out, work out something. He would make sure that I didn't go back to jail. Okay, so this is important because Ben Fields is working out a personal deal with her. He says, look, the courts aren't going to let you make any kind of deal, but you and I can make out a personal deal. All right, so I'm going to continue on. Was anything else said at that point? No.
Okay. In paragraph 16, you state that plaintiff understood these comments to mean that she would receive favorable treatment from the defendant Fields if she provided him with sexual favors. Why do you understand why did you understand those communications to mean that? When I was incarcerated at Letcher jail, I had some allegations that he had several women they gave him sexual favors and wouldn't have to pay for their house arrest. Right. So this is the part, again, where we say she had heard while incarceration from other females that Ben Fields is willing to trade sexual favors for getting off the house arrest ankle or monitor. All right. Continue on the questioning. In relation to the day that you were released, when had you heard those comments? Well, my stay at that time. I mean, was it any particular time? No. How long before June 2nd were you notified that you could be on home incarceration? Probably 2 weeks. Do you believe then these comments that you are alleging occurring sometime in those 2 weeks before your release? Can you repeat that? Do you believe that the comments you heard you were claiming about Mr. Fields occurred sometime in the 2 weeks before you were released to home incarceration? Yes. Do you know the names of any of the persons you were saying that you heard that from? Crystal Dishman, Amanda Sills. Okay, so these are two inmates, right? That told her that Ben Fields is willing to trade sexual favors for getting off the ankle monitor. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Just Let me take and write them down here at a time. Crystal who?
Dishman.
Dishman?
Uh-huh.
Crystal Dishman?
Amanda Sills.
Amanda Sills.
And I'm not sure of the other one's name.
Okay, and do you know where Crystal Dishman is now?
Last time I seen her, she was in Letcher jail, but was going to treatment.
Okay. Do you know where Amanda Sills is now?
No, sir. I wonder if they've been subpoenaed. Might put them down on my list.
I didn't see them on the list, but I wasn't looking for their names either. So.
Oh, have you got the list of who's been subpoenaed?
I do. I do. I don't have it handy, but I do. When did you last talk to Crystal Dishman?
When I had trial on the 27th of last month.
March 27th?
Yes.
And what did you talk to her about that time?
It was due in court, and she was checking me, asking me if I was okay, making sure that I wasn't being housed at Letcher County, and she told me they were supposed to be sending her to treatment.
In speaking with Crystal, did you understand her information to be personal information about Mr. Fields or something that she had heard?
I don't recall.
Okay. How about with Amanda Sills? Same question.
I don't recall.
Did you leave your discussions with them believing that they actually knew Fields or just heard something?
No, they knew him.
Is that the only occasion that they spoke with you about that subject?
Yeah.
Have you talked with them at any time since about your lawsuit or your allegations?
With Crystal.
Okay. When did you speak with Crystal about it?
I'm not really sure. Maybe about a year or 2 years ago, and she saw it in the paper and she'd messaged me just checking on me.
Any other times?
No.
All right. Paragraph 17, you talked about that you and defendant Fields had communicated on a regular basis by text messages?
Yes, sir.
And you had, well, did you have a phone at that time?
Yes.
Was it under your name?
Yeah.
Do you remember what your phone number was at that time?
223-6747.
Do you have that same phone number now?
No, sir.
And what service did you have with your phone at the time?
I'm not sure.
What was the time period that you were under supervision on home incarceration?
Time period?
Yes.
From June of 21 until January of 2022.
And do you believe that you texted with Mr. Fields that entire period?
Yes, sir.
So roughly a period of about 6 months?
7.
7 months?
Yeah.
And how often would you text Mr. Fields?
Daily. I bet you she didn't get her phone back either.
I know.
Guaranteed.
And what day do you believe that they started, texting started?
Texting started the very next day after. After that, I was released from jail.
And what did you recall the nature of the texting? Why were you texting him?
I don't recall.
Now, when you began your home incarceration, what was your understanding of how you would be monitored?
I would go in once a week and report to him on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And of course, my bracelet, I had to keep charged, and it would track me, when I was allowed. I think maybe 5,000 feet outside of my residence.
So once a week, you would go to have it charged. Is that right?
No, I charged it at home once a week. We had to go and pay the fee and check in with Mr. Fields.
Okay. And would you know when to leave to pay the fee?
I did for the first couple of weeks.
Where would you go to?
To the courthouse.
Any particular office or place at the courthouse?
He would always come out of Judge Mullens' chambers and take out money right there in the hallway.
Did you get receipts for your payments?
Yes.
Did you pay in cash, or how did you pay?
Cash.
Was there a point where you quit making payments?
Yes.
And what was that point?
Probably after about a month that I had gotten out.
You mean a month after that you were placed on home incarceration?
Yes, sir.
Once you moved, was it to Dale's place?
Yes.
Once you moved to Dale's place, were you there the whole time?
No.
So you told me about from June to January. Is that when you went back into custody?
No, I was at Dale's place for about 2 months, from June to July and August, and then I moved back to Pike County.
Oh, you told me that earlier. I'm sorry. You were at Dale's until probably August or something. July?
Yeah.
And then you went back to Pike County.
Yeah.
And then, and you were on home incarceration there?
Technically I was, but I didn't wear my bracelet there.
And what address did you stay in Pike County?
5412 Zebulon Highway.
Anybody staying with you there?
No.
You were alone at that time?
Yes.
Now, were you supposed to move to Pike County?
No, per the judge, I was supposed to stay in Letcher, which is not normal. They do allow them.
Right. They do allow them to be outside the county as long as they can travel for their payment once a week.
If they live outside of Letcher before their incarceration or before their arrest, then they're allowed to apparently go back to that and be on house arrest.
Are you alleging something that Mr. Fields knew about and just didn't report, or something along those lines?
Yes.
And going to say that in late 2021, that defendant Fields asked Sabrina to meet her at the Letcher County Courthouse in the evening after dark. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me in your own words what you believe occurred at that time?
Yes. I met him in the courthouse in Judge Kevin Mullens' private chambers. I walked in. I think I was upset. I was crying. He knew I told him that I didn't know how I was going to pay this bracelet. I needed to go to rehab. I had relapsed. He proceeded to tell me to put my foot up on the desk, and he removed my bracelet.
Do you remember what day it was on that?
No, sir, I didn't.
How long was the bracelet off?
Well, he took it off, and at first he put it back on the day before I go to court, and then the day of court he would take it back off.
All right. And so for those who don't understand what's happening there, it's to put up appearances in the courtroom. So when she has a court appearance, she would come in, he'd put the ankle monitor back on her so that she could appear in court and make everybody believe that she's been on her home incarceration the whole time. And then when she's done with her court appearance, he'd take it back off again. All right. And to your knowledge, how many times would you say that occurred?
Probably 4 to 6 times.
That would always be at the courthouse?
Yes, in Judge Mullens' chambers.
Do you know of anyone who would have witnessed that happening?
No, usually it was after 5 and the courthouse was closed. And that's because he was a bailiff during the day.
Right. Good point. For example, you don't recall there being any scenes when you went there at that time and happened to run into somebody you knew or something like that?
Dale, the guy that I was staying with, he took me down there a couple of times. He didn't go in, but he sat out in the car.
And where is Dale now, to your knowledge?
He lives in Georgia.
Do you know his address?
No, sir.
Are you still in contact with Dale?
Yes.
Do you have Dale's phone number?
No, not with me.
Okay. Can you provide that to your attorney so that we can find out what his number is?
Yes.
And then Miss Baxter says, do you want to send me a follow-up letter just to make sure I don't forget? I will be happy to find that for you, Mr. Willis. So, Mr. Williams. So they're basically saying, put in writing that you want me to get you Dale's phone number so you guys can call him. He says, thank you. So paragraph 21 says between June and December 21, you met at the courthouse approximately 6 times. Is that fair?
Yes.
And during the time period from June to December of 2021, is there some point that you are saying that texting between yourself and Mr. Fields became flirtatious?
Yes.
And when did that occur, to the best of your recollection?
Within days after that, I was released from jail.
Okay. And what was the first thing that you can recall being that you would describe as flirtatious?
Him telling me I was pretty and had pretty legs when he bought me a pack of cigarettes that night.
When he said that to you, did you say anything in response to him?
I don't remember.
For example, did you say anything like, Ben, I don't think that is appropriate? Or did you say anything that would make him understand immediately that you wouldn't tolerate that?
Really?
That's your paraphrase. Read it verbatim.
I don't remember. I was really scared at the time, so I don't think that I did say something like that.
So so they're trying to say, gee, did you let him know that you didn't like the sexual advance, right?
Yeah.
Did you make any flirtatious comments to him?
Yeah.
Okay, when did that start?
After he told me that he was sure that we could work something out within a few days.
What did you begin doing that would you consider flirtatious?
Did you hear that? No, you didn't. Sorry.
That's all right. You can take a minute. You can take a minute.
Sorry.
Yeah, you gotta get your shit together.
Yeah. Yeah, when he would text me, I would ask him how his day was, or I would send him a picture of myself.
You would send him pictures of yourself?
Yes.
How many times do you think you would have sent him a picture?
Just a couple of times.
And what was the purpose of sending him those pictures?
Well, he thought I was pretty, so I was just sending him a picture of myself.
Were you intending to flirt with him that way?
Yes, that was the only way I thought that I would be okay on house arrest without paying. He worked something out.
Now, paragraph 22 of your complaint, you state that during these meetings, defendant Fields' behavior escalated. I just want to make sure that I understand the meanings that we're talking about. Are these the meetings at the courthouse where you were paying for your monitor?
Yes, it was the courthouse, not when I was paid for my monitor. It was after hours.
Okay, so that is what I'm trying to understand. So these were separate occasions that you went to the courthouse and met Mr. Fields, separate and apart from when you paid the fees for your monitor?
Yes.
And separate apart from any times that you were required to be there by the court?
Yes.
Now, look, I want to say this. I like to be fair. This is a potential problem for Sabrina because she wasn't going to pay the fee, and therefore he was. So what I'm going to say they're going to say is they're going to allege, look, she was meeting him for personal reasons. He wasn't on duty. She wasn't going to see him to pay her fee. It wasn't in his official capacity. She's going to meet up with him because they just agreed to meet there, and it wasn't in his. That's what I think they're going to try to argue, is that she was going to see Ben outside of any official capacity on her own will to go meet up with him for sexual encounters that were willingly agreed upon between the two of them outside of his business capacity. That's where I think they're going with that.
But the implication is still there, like the
Sure.
overall. And
yeah, and
was he not working? Like he could have been working and still in uniform then.
Yeah, and I want to make this clear. I mean, he was already convicted so let me make this clear. They tried to argue in the criminal case that this was a consensual sexual relationship, that Sabrina flirted with him, she sent them pictures, she flirted, whatever. And the jury in the criminal case said it doesn't work that way. He was in uniform, he was his supervisor, therefore even consensual sex is not really consensual because he had the ability to throw her back in jail. So so all I'm going with that is they're still trying to make the argument this was a consensual sexual relationship, but it's already been proven in the criminal case it wasn't consensual because
which goes to her favor.
To throw her back in jail.
Correct.
22-year-old mama's boy. Well, your mama's not here to take care of you now, boy.
And what did you mean when you told him he was going to be dodging dicks for the next 50 years?
Sorry. You got some funny shit.
All right. Sorry, and now I got to get it. Okay, and you think that may have occurred approximately 6 times?
Yes.
All right. In paragraph 22 states that during these meetings, his behavior escalated from flirtatious comments to forceful kissing.
Yes.
When did the first occasion that you had any physical contact with Mr. Fields?
Probably the second or third.
The second or third visit at the courthouse?
Yes.
And do you know about what date that would have been?
No.
So you don't know whether it was July, August, September, etc., right?
I don't recall.
You think do you keep record of when you were traveling to the courthouse in this way?
Not besides online text messages, Facebook Messenger. Yeah, who had a giggle fest yesterday? I don't know if I saw those pictures, or was that the peekaboo one with the shorts?
I don't know. Oh God! Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Right. So before the second or third trip to the courthouse, had there been any physical contact between you and Mr. Fields?
He came to Dale's apartment a couple of times and switched my bracelet ankle, switch it from one ankle to the other.
All right. So I understand he was dealing with the ankle monitor, but anything that you would consider like flirtatious or sexual or anything like that?
Well, yeah, the reason that I say that is because I had went to Walmart. I would apply to go to Walmart once a week, the grocery shop, and he saw my ankle and it was real red, and he told me my leg was too pretty to let you know. Let it be swollen and stuff, and my ankle monitor. So he came to the apartment and changed it. What a gentleman.
What a night. I mean, and look, he's going to play that up. He's like, look, I felt sorry for her. I was just trying to help her out. She's in a bad situation. I want
Bullshit.
but that is what he's going to do. It's what he's going to do. Do you remember what date that occurred?
No, it was on a weekday, but I don't remember.
Do you know was there any witness to that, to your knowledge?
Dale was home.
Dale was there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you referred to in paragraph 22 as being forcible kissing. Was there, for a lack of a better way to put it, non-forcible kissing before this occurred?
No.
The first time a kiss occurred, you were saying that it was forcible?
Yes, he grabbed me and kissed me on the mouth.
Okay. And where did that occur?
In Judge Mullens' chambers.
Did you tell him to stop?
I don't recall. I don't recall. I just thought, I don't think so. I thought it was something that I had to do. Right.
And so again, this is that gray area. It's not really gray in the eyes of the law, to be fair with you, but here's the thing. There's a jury to consider. So human beings, right, are going to say, well, she didn't tell him no. So if he kissed her and she's coming on to him and sending pictures like, look at me, I'm so pretty, and all these things, then a jury might be persuaded to think, well, she was asking for it, right? And that's what they're trying to get to, is she was asking for it.
But
right?
there is legislation relating to the abuse of power, positions of power.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that becomes the dance in the courtroom, right? Which is that the lawyers have to explain it's not legal to do that, whether you as a jury think that she was flirting with him or not. It's not allowed by law. And so we're here to talk about the law. So anyways, continue on. Did you kiss him back?
I don't remember.
You next say that the behavior escalated to oral sex. When was the first time you had oral sex? Are you gagging over there? Are you gagging over? All right.
Oh, and that's the better option. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
when was the first time you had? Answer the question. When was the first time you had oral sex?
Sorry, I had my mouth full. I don't remember the date. I'm going to say November, late November, the early part of December.
All right, November or December of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Also at the Letcher at the courthouse. Sorry, at the courthouse.
Yes.
Were there any witnesses?
No.
And how many times did that occur to your knowledge?
The oral sex happened twice and intercourse just once.
2 times, and both in November or December of 2021?
The other one was the end of December, or maybe even the first part of January.
Did you tell him at any time that you didn't want to have oral sex?
I'm not sure.
So you said that you had intercourse on one occasion?
Yeah.
Was that also at the courthouse?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you didn't want to have intercourse with him?
I don't know.
Okay, just so that I'm clear, ma'am, I know that this is difficult to talk about, but were you engaging in these acts with him as opposed to him holding you down or anything like that?
It makes me so mad. Yes,
I get it.
Engaged, yeah.
So look, I'm sure your audience knows, but I want to make sure people are clear. So and this is one of my big pet peeves, when we hear the word rape, we think of something forceful, pinning somebody down and violent, right? Yeah. However, anytime a person has sex when they didn't consent to it, listen, this is important. When you have sex when you didn't consent to it, it is called rape. Now, the tricky part is when consent is not allowed to be given, such as a situation where somebody has authority over you, then you're not giving consent because they have authority over you. So therefore it's still called rape. And that is
not even implied consent, because it shouldn't even come into the equation.
Right. And so it's difficult because even in the interview with Matt Easter and Blevins with Ben Fields, they even were like, hey, look, man, if you pinned her down and forced her, I don't understand that. But if it was consensual, then I get that. Like, guys are guys, they're going to want sex. They try to give this whole, like, if you didn't force her and pin her down, it wasn't rape. But that's not true. It is rape if somebody has sex with somebody when they couldn't give consent. So it's a tricky legal thing, but people in their mind, they think rape as being forceful and violent, and it's not always the case.
The inference was there that there was repercussions if she didn't.
Right. All right. So now that we got all that, I always have to go through that diatribe because people don't understand sometimes what rape really means.
So I'm going to go through all the legislation in Kentucky.
All right. Okay. And at any point, did you suggest to Mr. Fields that you could do these things instead of paying the monitor fee?
He insinuated that I could do them things, and I just thought I had to. That was my only option at that time.
And that is her defense. Her defense is, I felt I had to have sex with them. And so therefore I was forced to have sex with them by implication. I had to, or I was going to go back to jail or whatever.
As part of her defense, then she needs to have episodes where she's been returned back to jail multiple times.
And she does, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I need to understand what you're meaning. He insinuated
that we could work it out. You know, I wouldn't go back to jail.
You believed if you didn't pay your fees that you would go back to jail?
Yes.
Were you actively seeking help from anyone to pay your fees at that time?
Yeah, I would be too.
Who were you asking to help you at that time with your fees?
My family.
So look, Sabrina's going to be like, I'm trying to get people to pay so I don't have to blow Ben Fields or have sex with Ben Fields, but you guys didn't help me out. So my only option was to have sex with this guy.
Yeah.
Can you be more specific?
My son, Jacob, my ex-husband, Eddie, and then when I moved back I had met Greg and Gay Edmonds, who is my landlords now. They were helping me some.
So she did get some money and some kind of help from her son, ex-husband, Eddie, and other people.
But they could have jacked up the fee on her.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say Greg Emmon?
Greg Edmonds and Gay Edmonds.
Greg and Dave Edmonds?
Gay.
And where did you meet those folks?
Of course, it was my son, my ex-husband, and then I met Greg and my car broke down, my alternator. Him and his wife, they own the tow and starter in Pikeville.
Do you know how to get a hold of those folks, Greg and Gay?
Yeah.
Do you have their number or address?
Yes, their phone number is Greg's is 434-4341.
434?
Yeah.
What was the end of that, please?
4341.
4341. Those folks would just be friends to you, or they?
Yeah, Greg is my landlord now.
All right. So you sought financial assistance from these folks and they all declined. Is that correct?
I mean, they helped me for about the first month that I'd paid for it, but, you know, they were limited. I started using drugs again also.
Where were you getting money to buy drugs from?
My ex-husband, Greg, I worked flea marketed.
This was, as I understand it, home incarceration between June and December of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
When during that period did you have a relapse and begin on drugs again?
Probably within a month after being out of jail, probably July.
And which drug was it that you returned to?
Meth.
How much meth were you using during this time period?
Probably about $50 a day.
50 a day?
Yeah.
And to the best of your knowledge, what was the cost of your monitor during this period?
$85 a week.
85 a week?
Just you could have afforded it.
Yeah, right. That's yeah. I mean, that's why he's doing that. He's like, so let me get this straight. You were paying for a $50 a day habit, but you couldn't afford an $85 a week ankle monitor. That's what he's going with. I'm not making judgments. I'm just trying to explain to you what they're gonna bring up in court.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Now, you allege in your complaint that you believed in December of 2021 that certain persons were making complaints about Mr. Fields at the courthouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who do you believe was making complaints?
Stacy Yates.
Okay. How did you become aware of that?
He told me.
Okay. Who did he tell you that he had complained to?
His drug court worker.
Do you know who that was?
Robbie somebody.
So in Letcher County, do you believe there is a drug court worker named Robbie?
Yes.
Do you know why Stacy decided to make a complaint about that?
Yeah, I had been at his house that night, and I was supposed to be on house arrest. And me and Stacey had gotten into it, and I'd scratched his eye or blacked it one. I am not sure. When he went to drug court the next morning, they asked him what had happened, and he told them. And they wanted to know why I was at his house in the middle of the night and me on house arrest. Oh, sprung.
that is not a good thing.
Yeah. Now, how does Ben deal with that?
And where was Stacy living at that time when you were at his place?
164 Perkins Branch, Jeremiah.
Were you in a relationship with Stacy at the time?
Yes.
How long did that relationship last?
On and off for about 5 years.
Was that at the time a sexual relationship?
Yes, sir.
At any time did you make a complaint yourself about Mr. Fields?
No. Why would you?
Why not?
I was scared.
And why is that?
I didn't want to go back to Letcher County Jail.
All right. Before I forget, I would like to make the complaint that you filed initially Exhibit 4 to your deposition. And
I wouldn't mind getting a copy of that.
Do you want to include the summons? And he says, I would prefer to have the 12 pages of the complaint. And Ms. Baxter says, yeah, okay. And then he continues. Ms. Atkins, are you ready for another break or ready to go?
Can I take a break for just a second?
That's fine. We will see you back in about 5 minutes or so. And then the videographer says the time is 3:12. We are now leaving the video record. And then at 3:19, we now return to the video record. Are you good, Jody, to keep going?
Yep.
All right. Ma'am, I want to ask you about some of the allegations, some more of the allegations that you make in the complaint that you filed. And some of those things I know involve legal terms and so forth. I'm not asking you to be a lawyer in any way, but I am just trying to understand some of the things that you have said. So, as it related to the allegations against Mr. Fields, I understand you told me about some physical contact that you all had. Are you alleging any type of physical injuries as a result of any contact that you had with Mr. Fields? And then Mrs. Baxter says, again, object to the form, but you can answer it if you know. Now, what's that mean, object to form? That means that she doesn't like the way that the question's phrased, but she's going to allow Sabrina Atkins to answer. But later on, they can kind of appeal and say the question wasn't phrased right or whatever.
It was a very, very broad scope there.
Yeah. So you go ahead and answer for Sabrina.
Can you ask that again? I'm kind of confused what you were asking me.
I understand that you have some claims in your complaint about the motive or the stress, and I would ask you some questions about in a moment. But are you alleging that you were physically hurt in any way by Mr. Fields? Did he hurt your body in any way? And why does it go blank right there? Okay, there we go. Oh, and then it looks like, I don't know why that's all blank. Is that redacted shit, or
it looks
what
like it might have been an.
All right. So hopefully we didn't miss anything. Because Mrs. Baxton says, same objection. Now go ahead and answer that.
I feel like I had to do what he said.
Probably not a very well-worded question. What I'm trying to determine is, did you receive any kind of what you would consider a permanent physical injury? Bruising, broken bones, scratches, anything along those lines?
No.
Is it my understanding then that your allegations about injuries related more to mental or emotional damages?
What
Is
did
that
she
right?
say? Yes. Yes. No, you silly self-snitching. No. Oh.
What's going on over there?
She just admitted that she didn't have any physical, so that's cut off half of her fucking like.
Well, I mean, he's just establishing that she didn't get physically bruised, and that she's going for emotional damages, mental and emotional damage. Okay,
so that's
all right. Can you tell me in your own words then what the emotional damages or injuries are that you are alleging as a result of your supervision by Mr. Fields?
I see where this is going.
Yep.
Yeah, the judicial system itself. I'd done what I thought that I needed and had to do to stay out of jail. I had tried to go about the right way and write motions to let them know that I couldn't afford the bracelet. I didn't hide about being on house arrest, about not having the bracelet on. I don't trust. I'm still under the same charge, and I don't trust the judicial system, especially Letcher County. You know, I have nightmares to this day.
All right. So this comes into the question you asked me at the very beginning, is what is her actual charges for? She's seeking damages for emotional damage caused by the system itself, and she's lost trust in the system and those kind of things. So this is kind of the basis of what she's suing for.
Have you got a copy of the complaint itself, the original complaint?
We probably do somewhere. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will have it in Pacer for sure. I have the Pacer, right?
Yep.
But I haven't downloaded everything. I understand that you are still getting some treatment in the Leslie County Detention Center. Have you discussed anything along these lines with the folks there when you were being treated?
Yes.
Okay. And other than the folks at the detention center, what other counselors have you seen in relation to the allegations you are making against Mr. Fields? And I just need to know the facilities and the names of the counselors that you have seen and talked about the damages that you are claiming in your complaint.
Mountain Comp over in Isom. I think her name starts with an S. Shay or something like that. They're at Isom MCC. Rich
then
Godman
continue.
at ARC facility, done trauma therapy. I have seen several counsellors, King's Daughters psychiatric ward several times.
Do you believe that you have been in King's Daughters psych ward since January of 2022?
Yes.
When was the last time that you were there?
January of last year.
January of 2023, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
And the times that you spoke with Rich Godman at ARC, do you know what time period that was?
It was June 15th to December 15th of last year.
Okay. Continue on. You were continuing.
Plus, I saw several other counsellors in between my trauma therapy.
Would those other counselors have been at either Mountain Comp or ARC or at King's Daughters?
They were at ARC, and then I was seeking treatment at a place in Pikeville before.
Before I come. Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. It's a new place on Town Mountain Road. I had started seeing a therapist there and doing ARC outpatient counselling as well.
By the way, are you reading off the screen that I'm scrolling so I'm going all over the place on you, or are you reading somewhere
That's
else?
right. That's right.
Okay. So I didn't mean, I was like, crap, I wonder if she's reading when I'm going all over the place and moving the page on you.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
that then is in her favour because she's shown that she has had continual counselling treatment the entire time.
Yeah. All right. Do you know that therapist's name?
No, I don't.
You think it was at the ARC facility, but you think it was at the ARC facility?
One was at the ARC facility. The other one was on Town Mountain Road in one of their medical buildings. It's I don't remember the name of it, but it's a counsellor company.
And you told me, was it in February of 2024 that you went back into custody?
Yes.
When was the last time that you had seen any of those folks for counseling before you went back into incarceration where you are now?
February 13th. She said that the day before.
Yeah. Do you remember what occurred at that counseling session?
Yes, it was my second counselling session at the new place. We just started discussing everything that happened, my house incarceration.
Are you currently on any kind of medications for emotional or mental issues?
Yes.
What medications are you taking?
I'm taking Busbar. Hold on, let me think. I take Trazodone, Busbar, a medicine for nightmares, and another medicine for depression. I can't remember the two names, though.
Can you tell me, as you sit here today, can you tell me whether any of those medications you are taking now are different than medications that you were taking before your home incarceration started?
Yeah. I think that I took Trazodone before, but the rest are new pills.
You think that you were taking Trazodone before?
Yeah, I think so. She never mentioned
Okay.
it, though.
Yeah. What are the medications that you believe are new since your home incarceration?
The Busbar, the nightmare pill, and then I take, it is something for my bipolar. I can't remember the name of it. Lithium, normally.
Where do you have those medications filled?
When I was on the street, I had them go to the Pikeville Walmart, but I don't know where they fill them at here.
You went to Pikeville Walmart?
Yeah, at my hospital pharmacy as well.
I'm sorry, you were going to have to say that one again for me.
The hospital pharmacy as well?
Pikeville Hospital Pharmacy?
Uh-huh. And then when I went to rehab, they filled them inside the ARC facility.
Okay, now, Miss Atkins, I have received from your attorney a document called interrogatories and request for production of documents. You answered some written questions I sent over to your attorney. Do you remember helping her with that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy there that you can look at?
Yes. Oh.
Just like before, take as much time as you want to read. What's that? Just like before, take as much time as you want to read through these, but when you are ready, I have some questions for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, first question that I have for you is on page 11 at the bottom of the page. There is a verification and signature line with your name on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
Did you review these answers before you signed?
Yes.
Are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, let's make the defendant's exhibit number 5, please. And then Baxter says, okay. So let me just ask you a few questions about some of the responses that you have here.
Okay.
On page 2, there's a question about witnesses, and one of the persons that you have listed there is Bert Sloan. Is that someone
Jailer.
that works at the Letcher County Jail?
Now that was what was the one's name?
Sloan, S-L-O-N-E.
On page 2?
On page 2, on interrogatory answers number 3.
Oh, Bert Sloan is the jailer at the Letcher jail.
Okay. What knowledge do you believe he may have about your case, if any?
I'm not sure. Probably Angie worked there also. Ben was inside the jail a lot. I am sure that he heard the allegations.
That is just an assumption that you have, or do you know that he has knowledge?
No, I don't know.
Okay. How about Deputy Sheriff Norris? What knowledge do you believe Deputy Norris may have?
I don't know that he pulled me over once and he arrested me for DUI, and he said if I had known it had been you, I wouldn't have pulled you over because it is too much trouble, complication.
Okay. Anything else that Deputy Sheriff Norris may know?
No.
How about Deputy Sheriff Whitaker?
I'm not sure if that was the man that was with them that day or not, but I don't think he would have had no knowledge.
How about individually identifying Chris Triplett? What knowledge do you believe that he may have?
With me, I'm not sure.
And by the way, for
Hill's.
those, that's Jennifer Hill's fiance that had said he became aware of an inappropriate sexual relationship between his fiance, Jennifer Hill, and Ben Fields. And he reported it to Mickey Stines and others, and they blew him off and said, hey, don't talk about it, whatever. We're not going to talk about it, whatever. Kind of blew him off.
Yep.
And then later on said, we don't know what you're talking about. He never came
Yep.
up with anything. You have indicated that he may be eyewitness to complaints, that he might have received some complaints.
I don't really know Chris Triplett that well. I just know that his wife was or whatever. I don't really know him.
At any time, did you talk to Deputy Sheriff Norris, Deputy Whitaker, or Chris Triplett?
No, I met Chris Triplett when I come and met with Bethany once, and that was the first time that I had met Chris Triplett.
How was he employed? Do you know Chris Triplett?
No.
Do you know where he's employed at?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about the allegations made by Jennifer Hill and the complaint filed in this action?
No, except for the day, she met with Bethany. I didn't know her.
So, by the way, keep in mind, this lawsuit is Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill. So she doesn't know Jennifer Hill, who got added on to this lawsuit, but it was one of those kind of like Me Too things. This happened to you and it happened to me too. And I want to help add to your story.
And I think Bethany Baxter was Jen's attorney.
Okay. You didn't know her before that meeting with your attorney?
No.
You haven't had any discussion with her outside the presence of your attorney?
No.
Do you know information Holly Boggs may have?
Boggs, is that name, Boggs?
Boggs.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Holly Boggs is Ben's sister.
Yep.
When it was reported to drug court that it was reported to Robbie and Holly.
And how about Robbie Kinser? So, by the way, again, Ben Fields' sister works at the drug court, which makes this all just a very horrendously complex and crazy story. Anyways, how about Robbie Kinser? What knowledge do you believe that Robbie Kinser has?
That's the one that Stacey reported it to. Robbie and I am assuming Holly too.
Have you ever spoken with Holly Boggs or Robbie Kinser about the allegations in your lawsuit?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Judge Kraft about the allegations in your lawsuit?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Okay. How about Judge Mullens? Have you ever spoken to Judge Mullens about the allegations in your lawsuit?
No, I don't think so.
On page 4, In response to interrogatory number 7, you state that you believe that Stacy Yates disclosed that employees working with Letcher County Drug Court program that Fields was sexually harassing females. Do you know the person he disclosed allegedly that he exposed that to?
Robbie and Holly.
So let me get this straight. So Stacy Yates told on Ben Fields doing this sexual stuff? Is that right?
By the sounds of it, and then he told Robbie and Holly, and of course his sister. Is she gonna complain? No.
Right. So he reports to Ben Fields'
That's
sister
right.
that Ben Fields is
That's
sexually
right.
harassing women. Okay.
They
Anyone
all
else to your
hold
knowledge?
positions of power.
Right.
No.
All right. So anyone else to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. In response to interrogatory number 11 on page 5 of your response, you state that Chris Triplett made complaints to a Letcher County Sheriff's Department about Ben Fields. What knowledge do you have about that?
When I met him and Jennifer, he told me that he had made allegations.
And did he tell you why he had done that?
Yeah, because they harassed him and because Ben sexually harassed Jennifer.
Chris Triplett was in some type of legal trouble himself, to your knowledge?
No, I took it. It was just because that he had went to the sheriff's department and reported about Jennifer. They were starting to pull him over. Yeah, see, that's what they do. That's what they do. They targeted him.
Yeah, he started to report and they started to harass him.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge about any type of training that Mr. Fields received?
No.
When you encountered Mr. Fields, was he in uniform or in street clothes or what?
He was always in the sheriff's uniform.
Right. And this is where the gist of the problem comes, is that he's in uniform. So she is assuming that he has authority.
Always.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me what that consisted of?
Yeah, it was light brown shirt. He had a badge, and if I'm not mistaken, his pants were dark brown, and he drove an older Letcher County Sheriff Department car.
When you say older, do you know whether it was a marked car or unmarked or not?
It was marked.
In response to interrogatory number 18, you state that you had been convicted of 2 felonies for controlled substances in Pike County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any other felonies that you have been convicted of?
This felony here.
And what facility here are you referring to?
The one from the house arrest, the 2021 possession of meth.
What was the charge or conviction to your knowledge?
Possession of meth and bail jumping.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, they are now saying there are 3 felonies you have been convicted of.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, with your interrogatory answers that were made as Exhibit 5 to your deposition, there were some documents that your attorney exchanged, and some of those we have already talked about. For example, some of your medical records, but I did want to ask you about some additional records that were attached. The first ones are what appear to be some photos or texts from phones.
Yes.
Mrs. Baxter says, "Are we done with interrogatory responses?" And he says, yes. Mrs. Baxter says, "Can you give me a Bates number?" He says, "I want to start with these that are marked plaintiffs 000072, just because they appear to be earlier in time." And Mrs. Baxter says, "Okay, they're with Rule 26 disclosures." And he says, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." And she says, "They're with Rule 26 disclosures." He says, "Are these with the disclosures?" "I'm sorry, let's identify them correctly then." So I guess these would be attachments to your Rule 26 disclosures, Mrs. Atkins.
Okay.
The first one that I wanted to ask you about is plaintiff's Bate stamped 000072 through 000082. Do you have those in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And these, I'm trying to see what the earliest date is on these, but can you identify what these are for me, Ms. Atkins?
These are Facebook messages between me and Ben.
Facebook messages. Okay, that identifies his answer. So are these messages between you and Mr. Fields beginning June 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
And it looks like there is a total, if I'm counting right, 10 being the number to knowledge. Are these all the Facebook messages records that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. There aren't any others to your knowledge?
No, I don't think so.
And so there are, in looking at these documents, Mrs. Atkins, there are certain ones that are in bubble that are dark in color. Like, for example, on page 72, there is a message that says, "You going to come by and check my bracelet?" And it appears to be in kind of a dark grayish color bubble. Do you see those?
Yes.
As we look at these records just for future reference, do you agree with me the ones that are in dark gray are messages that you sent to Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
And the ones that are on the left-hand side of the page, the farthest left side of the page, they are kind of in a white or a very, very light gray bubble. These are responses or messages from Mr. Fields.
Yes.
And we have, and we see photographs of these records. Are they records that you sent to Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
On June 22nd, it looks like you sent him a picture of a forward-facing picture of your face and upper torso. Is that right?
Yes.
On page 73, it looks like you sent him a photograph. Looks like a photograph taken underneath your brassiere, facing upward towards your face.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that the photograph, certainly the photograph of your brassiere and perhaps sexual in nature?
Yes.
And would you also agree with me that some of those messages in the dark gray that you sent to Mr. Fields are sexual in nature?
Yes.
Okay, just so that we will keep them straight, these are the ones marked 72 through 82. Let's make those defendants Exhibit 6. And then Ms. Baxter says, okay. I think that this is what I'm up, or I think that is what I am up to. Now, I am getting close to the end of my questions, Ms. Adkins. I am sure that you are glad to hear that, but the next set of documents that I have, I guess, will also be attached to your Rule 26, and they begin at 000. I will have to get my glasses on. And Mrs. Baxter says, are you done with these 72 through 82 for now at least? And he says, yes, I am. Thank you. Now, these next ones I want to ask you about are Bate stamped 000006 through 71. And if your attorney has those handy, and Mrs. Baxter says, yeah, give me a second, a little bit. Yeah, here we go. What are the stamps again? And he says, starting at 6 and ending with 71, 5 zeros. So Mrs. Baxter says, so 6 to 71? He says, that's correct. She says, am I making you nervous with all of these papers?
Okay.
All these papers? Okay. Do you have those in front of you, ma'am?
I do.
Can you tell me what these documents are?
Text messages between me and Ben.
All right. And you gave me a number earlier that you thought were related to these. Is that right?
Yes.
So just so I will know, it looks like the earlier ones that we talked about, they cover a time period of June 21 to maybe January 22. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. No, let me double check here.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to go by what's on the document.
Until January 18th. Yep.
So these records that you're saying that are text messages that will, I think that they are exhibit number 7. These are text messages between you and Mr. Fields?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, do they fairly and accurately represent any messages that you sent to Mr. Fields?
Yes.
In other words, you reviewed them prior to today?
Yes.
They are. I will just show you on the screen here. You see the kind of format they are in where it will have the date, the time, have your name, Mr. Fields, marked on them.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how they came to be in the format that you're seeing now here?
No.
Do you know if they came from the phone company in this format or if they were typed in by somebody else?
I have no idea.
Okay. Other than these text records, which will make exhibit number 7, and the Facebook Messenger messages that we have marked as number 6, are you aware of any other written records of messages between yourself and Mr. Fields?
No, sir. I wonder if they forensically downloaded their phone or just took screenshots.
It's a good question. All right, ma'am. I think that is all of the questions that I have for right now. These other attorneys will probably have some for you. So now Mrs. Baxter says, just so that I'm clear, Exhibit 7 is plaintiffs 6 through plaintiff 71. And Mr. Williams says, that's correct. Thank you, ma'am. And she says, Sabrina says, thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Shaw.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination by Mr. Shaw.
Spicy.
All right, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the stamina for this? We're going along. All right.
Yep. Oh man, I do 7-hour streams with those girls.
I'm not used to long streams. We're 3 hours into a stream. That's not right for me.
Oh, if you want to stop, that's fine with me. I don't mind.
No, I'm still good for a while.
Yep.
Okay, Miss Adkins, I'm going to try to be short. I think that Mr. Williams has asked most of the questions that I needed to cover, so we're bounced around a little bit, so kind of bear with me. I guess it might be easier initially, I think, was introduced as defendants number 6 by Mr. Williams, which is the actual, looks like messaging between you and Ben Fields.
Yes.
That had the photos of your chest?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have those in front of you?
I do.
What type of app or what was this on? Facebook or some other type of app that you were conversing back and forth?
This is Messenger.
On Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay, all right. When you told him that you wanted to show him your favorite color, do you know what you were referring to?
It's sad I know her favorite color, isn't it? It's purple. Hence the screen.
Okay, all right. Sounds like you're saying that your favorite color is wet. Can you tell me? Because I think it was like little splash emojis on the thing. Is what my favorite color is wet. Okay, so let's back up. We got to compose ourselves. Okay, all right. Sounds like you're saying that your favorite color is wet. Can you tell me? Listen, I have to work something out so I can enjoy my life, like some sex floating, like tan sex floating water. Do you recall that? And then Miss Baxter says, where are you reading from that? I don't see that on. And he says the second page. Let me see if I can pull that up. And then now you say,
I see that, but I really don't know. That really don't make a lot of sense. I don't know what I was trying to type.
Your favorite color is wet. Right. Okay, so what I was going to ask about, it says on the third page of those messages, it says, listen, you always get what I want, remember. Was that supposed to say, listen, I always get what I want?
I don't remember.
Okay. Is it possible that there are other messages in this chain between you and Mr. Fields that you've deleted?
If that wasn't forensically downloaded. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think so.
Okay. I think that is all of the questions that I have about the text messages. Switch over. Sorry. You testified earlier about Chris Triplett and told somebody at the sheriff's office about something about Ben Fields.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who he told?
No.
Do you know what he told?
He said, if I'm not mistaken, he said that he reported to Mickey Stines that Ben was sexually harassing Jennifer.
This was supposed to be towards the end of December?
Yes.
And that is just within a couple of weeks before you filed your suit?
Yes.
Okay, so Chris Triplett is telling you that. Did he tell you when he said this?
No.
When did he tell you that he said that?
When I met him, when I went to see Bethany.
Okay, so he met, this was during a meeting that you had with your attorney?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I don't need to know anything else about that then at this point. Did you ever report your relationship with Mr. Fields with anyone at the courthouse or relationship or the sheriff's office?
I told a judge in Pike County.
Okay, did you tell the judge in Pike County before or after you filed the suit?
Before.
Okay, which judge was that?
Keith Hall.
Keith Hall. Do you remember the date or when you would have told Keith Hall that?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't report that your relationship or anything about the relationship with your therapist until after you filed the suit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And you complaints earlier that you made during your testimony about the judicial process itself. You were traumatized by your stay at the Letcher County Jail prior to your home incarceration. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you witnessed somebody stabbed or something. Is that correct? All right. Accurate?
There was a lady that died there. Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that I saw that in your record as well. I have a copy of what I'm going to do. If it is attached to these things, I will just email them out to everyone and I will try to share that screen first. I have a copy of the offender application. Do you remember working through this paperwork with Mr. Fields?
Yes.
Okay. Whose residence was 164 Perkins Branch in Jeremiah, Kentucky?
Stacy Yates and mine at that time.
Okay. All right. And you may have been asked this before. If so, I missed it. How long did you live at that residence?
About 2 years.
Okay. And Mr. Yates, you say we're having, I guess, a troublesome relationship with, he abused you. Is that correct?
He is not the one that I was in the domestic violence marriage with, no.
Okay. I thought that was, Arthur, I saw on your therapy notes, was Stacy abusive towards you?
Verbally.
Verbally. Okay. All right. So we go through this paperwork. Do you recall reviewing this paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your signature on the paperwork?
Yeah.
I would like to introduce this. I guess we can, Jason, do you mind if I continue this with defendants 8, or do you want me to start from 1? Mr. Williams says, I'm fine with that. Okay, all right. I guess whatever his next number is then. And Mrs. Baxter says, we don't have that, a copy of that as far as we know, right? And he says, I'm sorry. Mrs. Baxter says, we don't have a physical copy of that here. And he says, I'm getting ready to email that right now, everybody. Mrs. Baxter says, I'm going to let Sabrina know and make sure we email it to Mr. Van Hoos. I have his card. I'm going to tell Sabrina where you don't have a physical copy of these and you are looking at on screen, don't be shy about making sure you see all of it and have them that you need to look through. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go off the record for 1 second. With the paperwork that you filled out, I am going to try to share this screen again. Do you remember this notice?
No.
You don't recall that notice?
Uh-huh.
Okay. In your criminal file, you had, I guess, handwritten a few motions.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go show you one of those motions to see if that looks familiar to you. Can you see that? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And Miss Baxter says, can you flip it around? Sideways. There you go. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can jump through these real quick. The next one is showing something different now, or the same thing?
No, something different.
Something different. Good. It worked. Okay. Is that your handwriting? Is that a separate motion for a change of venue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you file a civil suit against Letcher County Jail?
No.
Okay. Had you thought about filing a suit against the Letcher County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to an attorney about filing a suit against Letcher County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to the attorney that is representing you currently, or did you talk to a separate attorney?
The attorney representing me currently, Ned Pillersdorf.
Okay. Hold on a second. I've got a million text messages coming up that are making me get distracted. I'm going to shut one of my chat messages up down here because I got a whole bunch of stuff popping up and it's interrupting us. Okay. So you have been in contact with your counsel since at least June of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then I think this is a similar motion.
Yes.
Okay. All right. These 3 I would like to attach as a combined exhibit 9. And then Miss Baxter says, when you say 3, I've got the offender application, and then there was that notice page, and I have sent 2 handwritten motions. Is that right? And he says, there are 3 handwritten motions. And she says, all right. One was pretty similar to the other one. All 3 are coming your way as exhibit 9. And Miss Baxter says, so you don't want to make that notice page, typed notice page an exhibit? He says, no. She said that she hadn't seen it before. And Miss Baxter says, yeah, okay, just confirming. Continuing the questions. Okay. The partner discovery responses, and let me see if I can do this. And I don't know if you have this or not and what, but you sent us, I guess, some of the colored copies or photos that you had. There is the photo that we talked about that was black and white. There is a photo. You are looking at a photo of a razor now?
No.
Same photo of your chest?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Sorry. Okay. Now do you see the photo of a razor?
Yes.
Do you remember what that was supposed to mean when you sent me a picture of a razor?
Yeah, I had just got out of jail, and that was the only razor that I had to use, and I wasn't allowed to go out anywhere to get one.
Okay. So I was showing him that I needed a, oh, sorry. You said.
So I was showing him I needed a better razor.
Okay. All right. Here's a photo, and I'm not sure. Do you remember what the photo reflects or what that is?
He wanted me to take a picture of it. I can't remember exactly. It was doing that day, but there was something wrong with it, and he wanted me to take a picture and send it to him.
Okay, in the top right corner, is that your face or somebody else's face?
No, it's mine.
Okay, I'm going to send these 3 photos, I guess, as Exhibit 10. So prior to you filing suit, how long had you engaged an attorney prior to the complaint that you filed in this matter?
Can you repeat that?
Well, by at least June of 2021, it sounds like you were talking to an attorney about possibly filing a suit. Was it before June 2021 that you were talking to an attorney?
No, it wasn't before.
Okay. All right. So
When you sent the motion for change of venue to the court, that was around the same time that you had first consulted with your attorney?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sorry for just a second. I'm going to go over some notes real quick. You testified earlier that you had not been involved in any other lawsuits.
Yes.
Okay. What about a personal injury case in Pike County where you sued somebody, Mr. and Mrs. Dye? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So this is, a slight problem for her because she said she didn't have any other lawsuits. And he's like, how about this one? Oh, yeah, I remember that one now. So that's kind of a little bit of a problem. Tell me about that case.
It was a fender bender car wreck. I don't really remember a whole lot about it.
Did you get any money out of that lawsuit?
Just to fix my car.
Okay. Do you remember who your attorney was in that matter?
No.
Okay. Looks like you filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Was your bankruptcy trial, was that dismissed or still ongoing, or what happened to your bankruptcy?
I was granted my bankruptcy.
I'm sorry?
I was granted my bankruptcy.
Okay. All right. In your Social Security filings, do you remember what your medical conditions were when you filed for your Social Security?
No.
See if it sounds right that you had post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, bipolar, and you had a shoulder injury.
Yes.
Do those sound accurate?
Yes.
Tell me about your shoulder injury. What happened?
My ex-husband jerked me through a car door a couple of times and it tore my rotator cuff.
Okay. All right. It looks like at point, did you have surgery on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Did that help? Are you healed from that, or do you still have problems with your shoulder injury?
No, I'm healed from it.
Okay. All right. At what point in time do you believe that you became healed from that injury?
Around 2017.
Around 2017?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. That was still a problem for you when you filed your Social Security disability, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like you filed around December of 2021 for your Social Security.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You see where this is going?
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit. So he's going to try to claim that she's trying to claim damages for something that she's already fully healed from. So is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It says here that because of your condition that you had to stop working May 8th, 2020. Where were you working at, I guess, on May the 7th, 2020, or in May of 2020?
That's loss of earnings. Loss of earnings. For Dale at the vendor mall in Isom, we flea marketed there.
Okay, all right. You were working for yourself there, or were you working for someone?
I worked with my roommate Dale. We were kind of in halves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, all right. When you were you flea marketed there for how long?
I say on and off for about a year.
Okay, was that daily or weekly?
Daily.
Daily? Were you ultimately granted Social Security?
No.
Okay, is it still in process, or have you exhausted your appeals?
It's still in process.
Still in process?
Uh-huh.
So look, he's setting her up for claiming for damages that she doesn't really need because she's healed from her injury, and they're going to use that to try to discredit her in court. Okay, did you ever talk to Mickey Stines about your case?
I'm not hearing any objections from her lawyer. Her
I know.
Yeah,
I guess
nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not the way it reads on paper. This is not the best for her, but let's keep going. I mean, let's keep this in mind. Two wrongs don't make a right. So if she did some things wrong, it doesn't excuse Ben Fields from the things that he did wrong.
No.
So let's get that straight. But it is going to try to weigh on a jury, right? They're like, well, look, she doesn't smell like a rose either. So, okay. What about the civil suit?
Yes, this lawsuit.
Oh, actually, sorry, I'm reading your line. Okay, how about I start back there? Did you ever talk to Mickey Stines about your case? And then your line.
No. No.
I was up.
Sorry, about the civil suit. Sorry.
Yes, this lawsuit.
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mickey Stines about any problem that you were having with Mr. Fields?
No.
How long did you know Mickey Stines?
For a couple of years.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what year you would have met Mr. Stines?
2020.
Okay. Do you ever have any problems with him? Did he ever treat you disrespectfully?
No.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Stines before you knew Mr. Fields?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever went to the Sheriff Stines with any problems that you were having, not necessarily with Mr. Fields, but other problems?
Yes.
Okay. What types of problems have you been to the sheriff's office about now that this before or after became sheriff?
This was after he was sheriff.
Okay. When I got indicted on this charge, oh, sorry, that's you. I'm reading your line.
when I got indicted on this charge and there was warrants for me, I went and turned myself into him at the sheriff's department.
Okay. Did you ever contact him about any other problems that you were having that you recall?
When I left rehab, I called him and turned myself in.
Okay. How old were you the first time you went to rehab?
I was around 40.
Okay. Do you remember where you were the first time you went into which rehab facility?
The Mountain Center.
I'm sorry?
The Mountain Center.
The Mountain Center. Okay. I saw some type of reference to Karen's place. Do you recall being there?
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times.
Okay. Did you ever have some problems while you were there? Was there an issue or something about, I guess, everything being, you lost everything or being asked to leave or something along those lines?
Being asked to leave.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And then it's you again.
Oh, I went to the psych ward a couple of times.
From Karen's place?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there an issue when you came back that all of your money and all of your belongings were gone, or they gave you somebody else's? What had happened there?
There was different Karen's place. There is two of them. Yes, I had left treatment and I come back and all my belongings were gone. Everything that I had owned was gone.
Had you left against the rules when you left against the had you left against the rules when you left against the rules?
Yes.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you remember when that happened? Approximately what year?
Probably maybe 2020. I'm not sure.
Sounds like you were there actually. Sounds like there were actually other individuals had problems with Mr. Fields while he served as home incarceration individual. Other than Mrs. Hill, have you talked to anyone else that says that they had problems with him or that he did something wrong?
Brianna Cornett.
What did Brianna Cornett tell you?
That he flirted with her also.
That he flirted with her also or had relationships with her?
She actually said they had a relationship.
Now, you and Mrs. Fields and Mr. Fields, did he just flirt with you or did you all have a relationship?
I mean, he just flirted and then we had sex. It wasn't a relationship.
Yeah, and so this is going to be how they're going to try to characterize the relationship. It was a relationship. This is not a coerced thing. It was a relationship. All right. Do you remember how long it was after that you started messaging Mr. Fields before you all had your first physical contact?
A couple of months.
Okay. I may have a couple more questions, but I'm going to give Mr. Jones a shot to ask you some questions first. That way I can review my notes. So I will pass the witness for right now.
Okay.
And you're okay. So another attorney, I think, for Ben Fields is taking over. Ms. Atkins, my name is Don Jones. I represent East Kentucky. Oh, this is a lawyer for East Kentucky Correctional Solution. I can't even think of the name of it right now, but the company that provided your ankle bracelets, and I really just have a few questions. You saw the exhibit that Mr. Shaw put up that says Sheriff's Office has nothing to do with home confinements. If you have any issues, please call Patty Stockham and give a phone number.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you ever call Miss Stockham?
Yes.
And when did you call her?
I think it was the very next day after I got home from house arrest.
Sorry, won't you say that one more?
I think it was the very next day after I got out on home arrest.
All right. And what was the conversation about?
Just the rules, going over, you know, what I was allowed to do and I wasn't allowed to do, things like that.
Okay. I misunderstood completely. So that was your first contact with her company, correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Have you had any contact with her at any time since then?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Patty several times.
What did you talk about?
She would call me if my bracelet was getting too low. I had been in Pike County one night late and she called me mad, wanting to know what I was doing out that late. I wasn't allowed to be out like that, things like that.
Did you ever discuss Mr. Fields with her?
Yeah, she asked me what I was doing out that late and why I thought that I could be out that late, and I told her that Mr. Fields told me that it was okay that I was in Pike County and I was out. She told me that I would never speak to Mr. Fields again.
Did you?
I never spoke to Patty again.
Okay. Did you speak to Mr. Fields after that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I told him what that Patty had said, and he said that he would take care of her. And I mean, it was months. I still spoke to Miss Fields.
When was the last? So Patty was saying you're not going to talk to Ben Fields anymore because Ben Fields says you can go anywhere you want to go, and that's not true. So she's like, "Don't talk to Ben Fields," and then she continued to talk to Ben Fields and not with Patty.
When was the last time?
Yeah. When was the last time that you had any contact with Mr. Fields?
January.
The beginning of January, or the end of January?
The beginning or middle, something like that.
That is 2022?
Yes.
Was that the last contact?
He had told me that my ex, Stacey Yates, had took an EPO out on me, and they had a warrant for my arrest for it, and that Judge Kraft wanted me to come in and turn myself in.
And did you do that?
No, I asked him why that I had a warrant, because on EPOs you don't have warrants. You don't, do you? Unless you violate it. Was there something else? And he said, no, just come turn myself in over an EPO warrant.
All right. So did you, the other times that you occurred a warrant, was that you called sheriff's office? Did you do that this time?
I actually called Keith Hall in Pike County.
I am sorry.
I called Keith Hall, the judge in Pike County.
And what did Judge Hall tell you?
He said that he would call over to Letcher County and see what was going on. He called and he'd done some research and come back and said there was a warrant for my arrest. He couldn't tell what the warrant was for, though.
Okay, so he said there was no warrant for your arrest and he couldn't tell what the warrant was?
He said there was a warrant, but he couldn't tell what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. And what was that warrant?
Come later to find out it was an escape warrant.
Do you know who obtained that warrant?
Mr. Fields.
How convenient. And under the terms of your home confinement, had you escaped?
No, sir.
Well, what do you call not having your ankle bracelet on when the court told you to wear one?
Because he removed it and worked for the court system and told me not to tell no one.
If you were on home confinement, do you think the court cares who removes your ankle bracelet?
I would think so.
So all that time, you thought that you didn't have to wear it because he took it off?
I was doing sexual favors with him, yeah.
I love the bluntness. I understand that. So you were saying that you didn't know it was wrong for you to have it off. And Mrs. Baxter says, objective form. I think that she has answered your question at this point. And then he says, all right, please go ahead and answer.
Can you ask? Can you repeat it?
I think my words were, so you didn't think it was wrong to have your bracelet off when the court had ordered you to wear it?
I thought it was very wrong.
I'm sorry.
I thought it was very wrong, but he worked for the sheriff's department. He was a bailiff. He worked for the house arrest company, and he told me it would be fine.
Let's not talk about his actions right now.
Okay.
We have heard about those, but it's your actions that I'm wondering about.
Did I think it was wrong? I was scared. I didn't know what to think at the time. Nothing like that had ever happened to me before. Honestly, I didn't know what to think. I was terrified.
Wow, this is a really interesting series of questions. Did he ever make any threats to you to physically harm you?
Don't remember.
Well, if he had, you would probably remember, wouldn't you?
That was a very rough time period in my life. I had relapsed. I was back on drugs, going through all of this with him.
Okay, how about this question? To the best of your memory, did he make any physical threats to you?
No.
Did anyone else related to the East Kentucky Company make any threats to you?
Besides Patty telling me that I was never be out like that again and never to speak to Mr. Fields again, no.
Well, that is not really a threat, is it?
Well, in my book, it was because, you know, I was answering to Mr. Fields and he was telling me to answer. And she like, you know, never to answer him again. And then she drops off the face of the earth. So I don't know if that is a threat, but it was very confusing to me. Is
It's
she on the
very
list?
It's very Patty Stockham. I think
Yeah.
so. It's very confusing to me as well. So Patty instructs her not to speak to Ben Fields anymore, who's
But
her
he's the
home
manager.
supervisor.
Yes.
Right. So how is that? How is she supposed to pay her weekly fee to Ben Fields if she doesn't talk to Ben Fields? I don't even understand how that works.
Yeah.
All right. I can understand that would be confusing. No shit. But it isn't a threat, is it?
I don't guess so.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you. Then Mr. Willis says, I don't have any follow-ups. Thank you. And then Mrs. Baxter says, and I don't have any questions either. And so that concludes that part. Mr. Shaw then says, recross. Is that what we just went to? Recross exam. Yeah.
We didn't have redirect, did we?
Recross and redirect, I think, is the same thing, isn't it?
No, direct is from her side and recross is from the prosecution.
Cross is from the, yeah, I don't know. So
Yeah.
we'll just get, okay. Mr. Shaw says, maybe, recross. I don't know. Maybe I asked a bad question earlier, so you may not have been given the notice with the packet when you filled out the forms, but you have the notice given to you with her phone number and how to contact her?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and attach that as defense exhibit number 11, and I will circulate that now. No further questions. Thank you. And then the videographer says the time is 4:24. This completes the video record. All right. So what are we at here? And this is his certification, certifying that everything that they just recorded is correct.
MCHC. What's that? History of Fresnel's. Oh, I want to say
Oh,
that.
so these are the attachments and exhibits. Good. So we're actually
yes.
Looks like we finished the actually deposition, and the rest of this is maybe just going to be the exhibits and stuff that they were talking about. Let me double check. Yeah, here's exhibit 1 in the bottom corner, exhibit 2. So okay, cool. Well, that's good. We don't have to read 200 and something pages because this is just the exhibits, and I don't think we need to go through all these exhibits. That would just take forever.
I wouldn't mind having a look at her medical, what she was on though.
Do you not have this document that
No.
let me get this to you. Okay, let me get this to you. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to let you take over talking, and I'll get that file shared with you real quick.
No working furries.
Except for you have to take my screen off screen.
I do.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
I'm going to save all my highlights. Is that okay? All the highlights that I made.
Yeah. That's fine. If you can just dump it in the Google
the folder for you and I.
Yeah, sure. That'd be awesome. I did have a copy of all those Facebook messages and too somewhere. I've sort of just been piling stuff in there and sorting.
Oh, that's true. We could have looked at those because we have those files. I gotta remember where the hell did I just put that file that I just reviewed with you. Anyways, keep talking. I'm just looking for it. Shit.
All righty. I don't think you didn't have a look at Patty Stockham's, did you? I don't think it was that long. Let's see. It just makes me so mad that the way they are portraying that as like a relationship, as a consensual relationship for a start, and like, you know, did you say no? Did he hurt you? It all goes to the thing that I found is these women don't understand completely what has been going on. Like Brianna herself even said to me that, you know, well, because I said to her, did you, because she was the very first one. She was the first one that before Sabrina, before Jen, that mentioned this, but her mother stepped in and stopped her from testifying or making a statement. And she was of the opinion that, well, because they hadn't had penetrative sex, then no law had been broken. So.
But Sabrina did admit to intercourse with them both.
Yeah, but Brianna.
Oh, Brianna, right.
Brianna, because they didn't actually have penetrative sex, she didn't think that her rights were violated at all.
Wow.
At all. Yeah.
Real quick, by the way, I put that file that we were reading. It's called Sabrina Atkins deposition. And I put it in your and I's personal folder. You can move it over to the other folder that you share with other people if you want. But right now it's in the personal folder between you and I.
Beautiful.
I'm going to take a little potty break, so I'll be back in just a moment.
Yep. I'm just going to try and find, what was I looking for before? The Patty Stockham ones, right? Deposed. Now, from my understanding, Patty Stockham she did the administrative tasks as far as the ankle monitor company and program went. So she would obviously log them in and out. Because I always wondered how he got away with not paying the fee, because he would have to justify every single monitor that he had rented out from the company. He'd have to justify that and pay their fee, obviously. And eventually I worked it out, because he would charge, he had free reign on what amounts that he would charge customers out at. So I'm assuming that he would charge them extra, and that would cover the shortfalls of those people that didn't have their ankle monitors on. Now, what was I looking for? Deposed. There it is. So yeah, I don't know, by the sounds of that deposition, it doesn't sound like she knew what was going on particularly. I don't know, but then I don't know how she would have balanced the books either. So she must have some understanding.
I wanted to share a couple thoughts though about the Sabrina Atkins and Ben Fields depositions we've read in the last couple of days. Mm-hmm. So one of the things I remember, so I don't have it in front of me, but it seemed to me Sabrina's attorneys objected to Ben Fields wanted to include the text message history between him and Sabrina, where she sent him like the brassiere photos and stuff like that, because they're going to try to argue again at the civil trial that it was a relationship and she flirted with him. And the Sabrina's team objected and said, look, we already covered this in the criminal case, and it's not consensual. It was already concluded as not consensual because of his position of authority. So you can't bring it up here because it was already concluded. And I don't know what the judge ruled on that, whether he's going to allow it or not, because they're trying to make that argument again that this was a consensual relationship.
Are they going to allow any of that in to this, like any of the criminal trial?
That's what I'm saying. The Ben Fields tried to get it back into this civil trial, and Sabrina's attorney said you can't do that because the criminal trial already said it wasn't relevant. And so I don't know what the judge has ruled on it. I don't know if it's going to come in or not.
And we can't get hold of the federal files, can we? Like, can we get hold of any of the?
Yeah. Let me look at Pacer. While we're talking, I'll go look in Pacer and see if I can see what the judge ruled on it.
I'd love to see if that complaint, like her original complaint, is in there. The one that I referenced through this, because I know there was a heap of stuff that you read through yesterday with Ben's that he completely flat out lied. Flat out.
Oh yeah.
And that, how do you prove that in a court? Like, how do you? Because everyone,
you have to have it on record.
Documents, it's testimony. It's you have to take it as it is, and if it's a lie, who accounts for that? Who establishes that? Like, who's going to question it? She's got to prove otherwise. That's bullshit. Bullshit.
Give me a second.
Yep.
Bullshit. Yes, there is some bullshit. I had a different number. Oh, there it is. Kentucky Atkins versus Fields. That's the right number.
Where am I? Sabrina.
Ooh, that's a different number. Hold on a second.
Well, there's a number of times that she was incarcerated, so. Sheriff Stines.
That's not a good number. Okay. That's a good number.
Oh, I just
Fine.
realized I found all of my documents. Oops. Yeah, I've got it. Original complaint. All
You got
right.
the original. You got the original complaint.
Yes, indeed. I forgot. I bought a database, a legal database, an analysis tool that analyzes legal shit. So it's what the what are they called? The help in court. Brain dead. You know, the legal people that help you, that help the lawyers. What are they called?
I'm spacing off because that court case that you're looking at is listed as closed. There's a different number for the federal case that's going right now.
Oh.
So it was transferred out. Hold on. It's got a different case number now. Damn it.
Is that big enough? Can you see that?
Yep.
All right. So this was filed the 31st of January, 22, one of 12 electronically filed in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Kentucky, Pikeville Division. Sabrina Atkins, plaintiff v. Ben Fields, individually and in his official capacity as a deputy sheriff. Unknown supervisors of Ben Fields and Mickey Stines, Letcher County Sheriff. Okay. Comes the plaintiff, Sabrina Atkins, plaintiff or Sabrina, by and through counsel and for her complaint against the defendant, states as follows. This is a civil action for damages for violation of the constitutional rights of plaintiff by the defendants acting under colour of state law. In addition, the plaintiff alleges that the defendant, Ben Fields, is liable under state law. Plaintiff asserts that the defendant Fields, in his individual capacity and official capacities, violated plaintiff's rights secured by the 4th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, as well as Sections 1, 2, and 10 of the Kentucky Constitution. Oh, I wouldn't mind a copy of that too, because that made a big difference in the Karen Reid case with the Massachusetts Constitution. By subjecting plaintiff to arbitrary action, unreasonable search and seizure, and deprivation of liberty. Okay. Unreasonable search and seizure. Must have been one of the possession charges, maybe. The plaintiff also alleges that defendant Fields is liable under state law for damages for false imprisonment, assault and battery, malicious prosecution, intention infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and gross negligence. Do you know what the components are to meet those burdens for those charges? They sound.
I'm sort of distracted because I found the actual case and and I've got the jury instructions, and I'm looking at the jury instructions on what they are instructing it. And it's funny because what they got on the paper is marked up. It's even, they left the marked up one that's like the Word document that has their mistakes and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
So this is for next week?
Yes, for this coming week, yeah.
They've chosen the jury.
Well, I think day one's going to be jury selection, but this is the jury instructions, and it was what's the date today? This was filed 2/25. It's the instructions for the jury. So the jury, this was like only a couple days ago.
Are they not the standard instructions, or
no? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
All right, put it. Let me share my screen. It looks like I'm already sharing my screen. You just got to share it to your screen. So this is the jury instructions filed just a couple days ago.
Yes, they normally have the basic ones and amend it.
So here's the jury instructions. Now that you have heard all the evidence, so this is like when this is going to be read to them after they've heard the case. Now that you've heard all the evidence, it becomes my duty to give you the instructions of the court concerning the law. It is your duty as jurors to follow the law as I should state it to you, and the facts as you will have them from the evidence. You are not to single out one instruction alone. He basically, so we're going to cut instruction number 1. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your sworn duty to base a verdict on any view of the law other than that is given by the court's instructions, just as it would be a violation of your own sworn duty as judges of facts to base on anything other than the evidence in this case. Nothing I say in these instructions is to be taken as an indicator that I have an opinion about the facts of this case or view what the opinion is. It is not my function to determine the facts, but yours. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try to issue the facts, the fact presented by the plaintiff's allegations. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice to any party. Our system of law does not permit you as jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. All of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and partially consider all of the evidence. Juror instruction number 2. The case should be considered and decided by you as an action between persons of equal standing in the community and holding the same or similar stations in life. And in section 3, in a civil action such as this, the burden is on the plaintiff to prove every essential element of her claim by a preponderance of the evidence. A preponderance of the evidence.
Burden, though.
Yeah. It's not as much as beyond a reasonable doubt.
No.
It just means you have to have the preponderance. You have to have a better than, it's not as strong as a by reasonable, beyond reasonable doubt. A preponderance of the evidence means such evidence as, when considered and compared with that opposed to it, has more convincing force and produces in your mind a belief that it was sought to prove and is proved is more likely true than not true. In other words, to establish a claim by a preponderance of the evidence merely means to prove that the claim is more likely so than not.
Meaning greater than 50% likelihood. Yep.
Right, correct.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
In determining whether any fact in issue has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence, you may consider the testimony of all witnesses, regardless of who may have called them, and all exhibits received, and all in blah, blah, blah. Okay. There are two types
the lowest standard of proof in the U.S. legal system.
Yeah.
Shit up.
There are 2 types of evidence that may use in reaching your verdict. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and an example of direct evidence is when a witness testifies about something that the witness knows through their own sense, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The other is circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence is proof of one or more facts from which you can find another fact. If someone walked into the courtroom wearing a raincoat covered with drops of water and carrying a wet umbrella, it would be circumstantial evidence from which you can conclude it was raining. You should consider both kinds of evidence. This evidence in this case consists of a sworn testimony, blah, blah, blah. Now that I have said that you must consider all the evidence, this means that, however, that you must accept all the evidence as true or accurate. A witness may be discredited or impeached by contradictory evidence. The law does not require any party to call a witness or persons who may not have been present at a time. Anyways, there's not super high value on this. It's just, and like you said, the good news is that all she has to do is prove a preponderance of evidence that more likely than not she was coerced into having sex because she was afraid of going back to jail. That's what she basically has to prove.
I wonder where their jury pool is. Where are they pulling them from?
Yeah, let me see if I can go back to. Hold on, I'm going to go back to this and see. Oh, I know what I need to look at. I need to look at the docket.
Yeah, what's the start time on Tuesday?
8:30 is the start time. Court starts at 8:30.
Oh, and the witness list, the subpoena. Who's going to I don't know if we've got a list of the people that have been subpoenaed to testify on her behalf.
Yeah, they had. I saw that whole list of who was subpoenaed, but then again, I know a lot more names today than I do. Than I did. Is
she going to testify? You know,
who? Sabrina. It depends on her attorney. She'll be on the list for sure, but whether or not he puts her on the stand, I'm sure she will. Let me see.
It's not like a criminal trial.
Yeah. And she's not the one on trial, really. It's Ben Fields on trial. She's the so yeah. Ben may not speak. He may just have his attorney speak for him, so he doesn't say something stupid. But
because I didn't even see any of the pre-trial motions or anything I don't even know what's coming in, what they've agreed to let in and what they haven't, and what they've stipulated to.
All right, on screen you can see what the list of documents we have are. I'm going to work from the back. So there's some orders. I'm working backwards. There's the jury instructions.
Oh,
the
wow.
exhibit list. So this is the list of
You
exhibits.
got
that they
everything.
Yeah.
I can't get any of that shit.
Oh, you don't have access to pacer. This is voir dire. So this is the process for which they select jurors.
Yep.
Proposed voir dire. So let's take a look at what the proposed voir dire, if it tells us when the actual jury selection is supposed to be.
Sometimes they do a voir dire on the, if it's an expert witness and stuff, they want to make sure that what they're testifying to. And
so when they're asking the potential jurors, they ask, do you know any of these people? Do you know Barbara or Chester Hackney, any of these siblings?
And they whittle them down. So that'll be the list that they've agreed to.
When the jury selection happens, this is just the questions they will be asking the jury. I want to say day one is going to be jury selection, and then
normally is, yeah, unless they've allowed Monday for that, and that's why it started Tuesday.
That's what I'm wondering. If Monday is the actual.
But that should be on the docket.
Yeah, I don't have the docket. I just have the court documents. So I don't know if there's a court document that documents when jury selection is happening. That's what I'm looking for, actually.
I can ask Sabrina.
Proposed voir dire, proposed jury instructions. Notice of docket modification. That's something. Okay, motion joinder. Notice of docket modification. But it wasn't a document I can look at. Sorry, this is like, it's weird doing things live. But. Well, let me see if I can type into an AI tool if they know when the date is. Hold on.
I love ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's got a lot of handy shit.
Oh yeah.
You know how to use it.
The database that I've got is like the next level up from that. So it's my brain has gone to mush. What are they? You know when you're in court and they can say to you, "Oh well, you know, last time you testified, you said what?"
Yeah.
Who's the person that sits there and does that and looks all that shit up? The brain fart big time. I do have many hats, Penny. I do. Yes, that's my jam. And I've just got some. Just had some new ones done.
The official docket via. How come I'm not looking at the docket? Like that's the. Oh my God! Am I showing that on screen? I was showing that on screen, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I don't want to show that on screen.
The full docket.
No, the page I was showing for my personal notes. I think I'm screen sharing with you things that I shouldn't be screen sharing.
Do you want me to take it down while you're searching?
No, I mean I'm good now. I just had it up on screen when I didn't want it to.
No, not
see,
the court
like,
reporter.
that's what I didn't want to have on screen, but I'll move it over here. Doesn't matter. It's nothing. It's nothing.
Oh, I can't see that. I can only see. So that's the.
What I'm looking for.
Came for the crime, stayed for the fuckery.
Yeah, I don't see the display docket text. Docket report. Okay.
See, people don't realize exactly how much time and effort and search and wasting going over shit that you do for hours and hours and hours, even just to put one live stream together.
Right. Are you
I'm laughing at Penny.
oh,
Some of the exhibits look pretty good. Some of those texts, not so sure. You also have some wicked info too, Third Apache. You've been following this yourself. Does Third Apache have their own channel? Do you know, Lee?
I don't know. Third Apache I think she said that she heard about this case through me, and now she's ahead of me on shit.
It's one of those.
Of course, to be fair, I've got like 5 cases I'm following. So it is hard to be,
I don't know how you do that.
Up on everything.
No, I don't know how you do it. I've got 2, and I've had to put the second one on a back burner because there's so much shit with this one. And it's just me. I like this. This is funny.
I can't find when the jury selection is happening. I got all these things about rules for voir dire, but well, considering that they have rules for voir dire on 2/23, then they couldn't have started jury selection yet as of that date. So
I bet you it's for Monday. I bet you.
And then on the 24th, they had the pretrial conference. That's where they could have settled, but they didn't.
They would have gone through all the final motions as well and made rulings on that. Amended jury instructions.
Oh, here's the order by Ben Fields regarding the plaintiff's social media motions. Hold on. I want to look that up.
Proposed order. And it's because this is federal that you're able to access this, isn't it? It's not because the state stuff is very different. Oh, that's a GoFundMe.
Yeah, so that this is a bunch of stuff that Ben Fields' attorneys wanted to submit that she's raising money on GoFundMe.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
I want to actually look up her attorney.
Oh, look. So they're arguing the plaintiff is prohibited from posting social media messages or pages related to the trial in this case. Plaintiff shall not assist or encourage or others to do so, and such posts must be taken down immediately.
Yeah, well, that's pretty standard, really, isn't it? When was that written?
A couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
She hasn't done any postings, has she?
Well, that's what they were showing. They're using this GoFundMe and this statement on social media.
The other thing that is very common with the jail is too that, you know, all of the evidence that they had on text messages and stuff, they never, ever get their phones back, ever. So you got you can't go, oh, well, here.
They're saying that they're saying that she wasn't allowed to talk to post on social media asking for money to help out with the case.
How did that?
All right. Well, we're spinning our wheels here, kind of doing stuff live.
I'll keep reading this if you like while you're looking. This is the complaint. Okay. So the plaintiff also alleges that defendant Fields is liable under state law for damages for false imprisonment. Oh, we did that. I don't know where how do you prove assault and battery though? Like you would have had to have seen a doctor and had a report done. I can get the malicious prosecution. I'll just switch screens whilst you're scrolling.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
Are you looking for the order of witnesses or the
I was
subpoena?
just well, I didn't look for the order of witnesses. I was looking for when they're actually doing jury
Oh,
selection.
that's right. All right. The court has original jurisdiction over this action pursuant to that law, actionable by virtue, blah, blah, blah. In addition, the court has supplemental jurisdiction over the state law claims. Venue is appropriate in this court. So did she get a change of venue motion approved? So that's why she's in London.
Yeah.
And not Letcher.
Yeah.
Okay. The plaintiff is resident of Pike County, Kentucky. Defendant Fields was at all times relevant to this complaint, acting as a Letcher County deputy sheriff. That's important. At all times relevant to this complaint, acting as a Letcher County deputy sheriff. Defendant Fields is sued in his official capacity on the declaratory relief and damages claims, and in his individual capacity as to all claims set forth herein. Now, what they're going to argue is that she had mental health issues beforehand, and the PTSD, anxiety, depression. So they would want to assess what her level of impairment prior and after is, and that's hard to do, as in a percentage, and that's how they work out the payments, the money values. Her loss of income.
So I have slightly kind of bad news in the sense that I literally catch a flight tomorrow and I need to get some stuff done. So I think I need to kind of wrap up for a bit.
Yep,
I'm not used to a 4-hour stream, and I got to pack the rest of my bags for my flight tomorrow. But I really enjoyed the reading style of going back and forth.
It's good. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a better way to do it. It's less dry than having to do it by yourself.
Yeah, it's more entertaining too, especially when I'm here.
So I appreciate you. I appreciate you inviting me on and allowing me to do that. I really enjoyed that. But I think I'm going to take off and do some packing and try to. I've also got a show later on tonight, my Crimes After Dark, that I'm going to try to do one more of those before I take off. So I may be out, but I will be doing lots of reading on the plane, on the flights. I got a lot of time in airports that I have to do, so I'll be doing some more reading on the cases.
I'll try and upload some more stuff there for you that I found.
All right, great. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
You bet.
See you later. Bye-bye. All righty. Well, that works out well. Because I wanted to go through some legal stuff tomorrow. Oh, well, we don't want that one. That's way too big. And the sun's come up here. So, Lee, as you just heard, he is headed to London, Kentucky tomorrow. He'll be there on Sunday. The court case starts as it's a Tuesday morning, but we're organised. He's got a few individual interviews that he's doing that I'm setting up with locals and possibly new victims, perhaps coming forward. Also. What else have we got planned? There's so much. So we're trying to get as much local presence at the courthouse as possible to support Sabrina. There seems to be a number of people already organised to go with Brandy and Tya. They'll all be there, and the theme colour is purple. So. But hence why the background, because that's Sabrina's favourite colour. So anyone who is thinking of attending, if they can dress in purple and as a support for Sabrina, because she's spent the last 5 years fighting this on her own, basically. And as you know, she's had Jen Hill disappear and die mysteriously. So for her to still be standing here at the finished post by herself is a testament to her. So, if we can get, a show of solidarity and unity from the people within the community, And I guarantee you, there's not one person that doesn't resonate with her story at all. They may not have had to that extent or to that, you know, particular, like the ankle monitor thing. I know there's still tons more that haven't come forward. But that's just one small aspect of a system and a process that these women get manipulated through and violated. Like they just get, this is the word for it, I can't think. It's 8 o'clock in the morning here, and I've been up all night, so I have an excuse for my brain farts. You're welcome, Missy. You're welcome. It was a shit show at the start because I had an unexpected phone call from Pikeville with another lady coming forward, and I was on the phone for 2 hours and still on when Lee's messaged me going, I'm backstage. I'm like, fuck. Didn't have a chance to set up my stream, nothing. So yeah, that's why we were going through the deposition. So I'm going to do a stream basically that goes through the Kentucky legislation that relates to sexual assaults. They've amended it, one of the laws now, to include the positions of power and the abuse of their positions in power. There's a whole heap of stuff I'd like to go through because I believe that most of these women don't fully understand their rights and what the definition of assault or rape or anything is. Hello, welcome. G'day. You gotta be an Aussie, Jules. Yes, it's Sabrina's favorite color. So anyone who's going to head down there, we're just asking to wear purple, and hopefully we can do a show of solidarity and a fuck you Kentucky at the same time, because I reckon because they don't know this is all happening. Like the people that she's taking on have been insulated for so long. They feel that they are so safe, and nothing can penetrate this. And it's a good setup. Let me give you the tip. It has been intricately mastered and sewn up nice and tight. So it's going to be a job for her. And of course, Ben Fields, he's the nephew of a Boggs family name. So one of the wealthy families from back in the coal days. So it's that majority, it's almost mafia-like rules because they own the properties, the gas stations, the pharmacies, they've got doctors, they've got the courthouse, they've got the schools, like the pubs. It's the entire community, basically. And it's been going on, Essie, I shit you not, 60 years. 60 years minimum. Brandy and I sat, and she's just an encyclopedia, and she's just the most beautiful soul you've ever met. And 7 hours, she just kept talking and spilled. She just joined all the dots for me. I've got names, dates, the lot, and the penny dropped, and I'm just like, holy fuck. Blow your mind shit. Yeah. So yes, she and she's got her own story at the moment. Like she's not even got a criminal history, no criminal records, nothing. But she was the one providing the safe houses for these women for 20 years. And she never turns anyone away. She will always take them in, always take someone in, always, even at her own detriment. And And so because she did that, that then impeded their profit margin, because they couldn't find them. So they then started targeting her daughter, and now they're targeting her grandchildren, which is fucking appalling. So she's been dealing with quite a lot. And, of course, she's fighting CPS with Judge Kraft, and he shouldn't be the presiding judge because he's got a conflict of interest in the first place because of previous stuff. Like he was the prosecutor in another case that Brandy was involved in. So he shouldn't even be there. But what they've done in Letcher County is they've manipulated the system so that anyone who requests a change of motion has to be approved by the district court, circuit court judge. And who's that? And do you think he's going to grant that? No. And Kentucky has a law now that only citizens can receive documents. You have to be a citizen of Kentucky to apply for the documents unless you are media related. So that's how they've kept it so insulated for so many years. It's just ridiculous. My town was mentioned in Lana's live last night. Oh, is she covering this too, is she? And what town are you in, Penny? Tell me you're not in Kentucky. Yes. It's been on since the coal era, since the money dried up from the coal mines. Those wealthy families that there's half a dozen of them or so, maybe a bit more, those wealthy families needed to replace their income because they'd lost it with the coal. So they turned to the next thing that they had the most of, and that was the community. And these women have been manipulated, and since day dot, that goes back to the schools. They used to get the funding from the education department, and then they had too much truancy, so they were losing money. So they started arresting for truants, the students that were not showing up to school and sending them to rehabs or programs that had the Section 4, is it Section 4? Funding attached. Anything with Section 4 funding has money attached to it. So if they couldn't get you at the school, then they would get you in the jail, then they would get you in the rehab programs, then they would get you the doctor's surgeries, then they would get you child protection services, you name it. They just, and the jail was where they stripped you bare and pretty much wore you down until you had no fight left. So you've got this huge division from the elite families with all the power and control of everything. I'm talking law enforcement, child protection, family court, the entire courthouse, Kentucky State Police. Everybody has their hand out. Everyone. And it goes up to the top. And at every point along that line, every rehab program, every treatment program, every drug program, you name it, every single one of them has a dollar sign. And it's gotten to the point now that the women have normalized victimization. They don't know any different. It's not if you have been raped, it's by who and how many times. And most of them don't bother pressing charges. They just cop it sweet. Otherwise, there could be a worse fate. Seriously. Yeah. Tobacco and coal was Kentucky's money. Yeah. Yep. Correct. Yep. Which doc? What doc are you talking about, sweetheart? Oh, was that you that just sent me something? Oh, hang on. Oh, I got. They postponed my trial. Oh no! I'll get fucked. They've just postponed Sabrina's trial. Fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck. I don't think Lee's going to be very happy about that. Oh, they postponed my trial on the backup date in May and said they were wanting to settle. Fuck. Okay. Hold on 2 seconds. I just want to clarify that before I message Lee. They plan on. All right, let me call Lee. Uh-huh. Oops. Oop. How many F-bombs do you think he's going to drop? He certainly is. How good's that? Hello? I just got a message from Sabrina. They've postponed her trial.
No.
I shit you not. May.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That they say they're wanting to settle, apparently. That's all I've got.
Okay.
So that sucks ass.
It does, because I think my Airbnb won't let me out of the Airbnb. The flights I can reschedule, but I don't know that I can get out of the Airbnb. Let's see. So I need confirmation for sure that's happening.
I've just sent her a message, and I will let you know.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. No F-bombs. I was telling everyone how many F-bombs you'd say.
Thanks.
All right. I'll keep you informed. Bye. Motherfucker. Bugger. The thing that annoys me is that, they've put her through all of this for 5 fucking years. 5 years now to just go, all right, we'll settle. And it'll be some bullshit hush money amount. Anywho, all right. All right. I'll let you chew that over. No. That was very tame. I would have had way more to say. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me and for being here. It was great, actually, to have Leon. and it's probably taken the pressure off a little bit because I had a massive job to do between now and then to achieve what I wanted to achieve. But I'm scared that they will offer her just enough to make it attractive, but not quite enough to get away with not being an insult. But it also then would take the momentum off the case as well, which would impact everyone else in that community, which is not really what I wanted to happen. All right, we'll keep you updated. We'll wait and see. So again, thank you for joining us. I don't know where Tya went today or Nicole, but no doubt there'll be another live in at least the next 48 hours, I would assume. Oh, excuse me. Right, that's me done. Need binge sleep. All right, can't be good. Be good at it. Be good to your mother, and hasta la vista, bitches. Bye-bye.
Whispers in the shadowed halls, the judge's gavel, justice stalls. Hands that should protect, they take, turn lives to ash, left hearts to break.
But in the silence, voices rise.